Eccleston.
Christopher Eccleston, yes. He is an amazing actor too.
Yes.
Yeah.
But my standout moment for David Tennant, I think for me, has got to be Good Omens.
Oh, wasn't he fantastic in that? Like and not just the way he delivered his lines. There's a moment where he comes into a church where the angel is sort of being held up by Nazis in a church, and he does this thing where he can't really touch the ground, but it is this brilliant moment of physical comedy that I don't know. I was really impressed by as far as that was concerned.
When they announced that they were doing Good Omens, I thought, please don't cock this up.
Yep.
Because they've done some of the Discworld stuff.
Yep.
And it's a bit hit and miss, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But Good Omens, given their budget, you didn't get to see the four bikers of the apocalypse. You didn't get to see the giant mound of fish or anything like that.
Yep.
All of that aside, I thought it was brilliant. And David Tennant and who played the angel? What's his bloody name?
Good question. I don't know.
Can't remember.
Michael Sheen.
Yeah, Michael Sheen. Those two were brilliant. Absolutely.
They were absolutely phenomenal.
Yes.
Yeah. And the chemistry between them was absurdly good.
I was so worried that it was either going to be brilliant or god bloody awful. Unfortunately, I think it was going to be one extreme or the other. They were either going to get it right or they were going to cock it up so badly that it'd be painful to watch. And no, they got it right. I think they got it spot on.
Absolutely. I thought they did an amazing job with the material. It has to be said that isn't easy to transfer.
Correct.
Into television. So yeah.
But having said that, they've either filmed or started filming Guards, which is the first Guards novel from Discworld, and they have royally fucked it up.
Okay.
If you just look at the people who are playing certain well-known characters, they've got it. It's like somebody's read the description of Guards and thought, I can do better than that, and not really actually read the book because I've just seen the characters and some of the screenshots, and it's like, no, you've ruined that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we hear you, Lost Dog.
Do what?
He's just saying wolf over and over again. Man who lost his dog. Yes, we did. He went that way.
Haven't had any peanuts yet. I'm waiting on float arriving. I'm putting it out now.
Yeah. It's probably going to need some announcement. They're going to be difficult to... They've probably got their own stuff done.
All the Discords I can think of. Creaky Mr. says, Barman. Anybody else wants to shout wherever? Maybe nobody will show up. Yeah, conspiracy cat. Right, or dinosaurs. And I've run it. Oh, wait a minute. She was skeptic.
Yeah, I was just looking. Tom Baker.
Bacon Earth is here. Hello.
Tom Baker was Doctor from 74 to 81. I think he was the longest running Doctor.
Yeah, almost certainly.
He was.
Just because he did, to me, he was just amazing. And I mean, I was kind of interested in Doctor Who from John Pertwee's run, but Tom Baker really sealed the deal.
Well, there you go. That shows you how good my memory is. I do have very vague recollections of watching Doctor Who when John Pertwee transformed into Tom Baker. Now, that's 1974, so I
I remember.
was 4. And I can remember watching that on the telly.
I was 11.
That is very good memory.
That is
I
good.
have
I can remember that.
I have a recollection from when I was 3 watching the television, and being incredibly anxious about the idea that the bad guys might win. In retrospect, it's an incredibly cheesy a children's television show where there was no risk of the bad guys actually triumphing. But I remember being incredibly anxious just on the good guys' behalf.
And nowadays, not just with films but also with TV programs, now they will warn you that this program might contain mild peril.
Mild peril.
Mild peril.
Yes, that's right.
It's like it's you know, you sit down to watch a Law and Order or
Yep.
You know, and this scene might contain scenes that some viewers find distressing. Good, because if it doesn't, it's crap.
I remember I was babysitting for my niece and nephew, who were like 4 and 6 or something like that. They were very, very young. They were quite young at the time, and I decided that I would show them the wrong trousers.
Brilliant.
Yeah, the Wallace and Gromit, and they couldn't sit through it. The threat of the penguin was too intense for them.
Really?
They were really angry, and they got up and they left the room rather than watch the film, which reminded me of my own experience of being, in that age group. And you kind of forget, the concept that the bad guys, stand even a chance of winning is actually quite threatening for a kid of that age group. So I managed to calm them down and show them some other stuff. But what I had hoped would be, just a fun evening, sort of took an unexpected turn to the dark side.
Just to let you know, I had started the video at the stream unlisted, so we should get some people now.
Okay. Excellent. So
that'll help. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
No, I mean, even at an early age, I got fed up with the good guys winning all the time. And I remember it at middle school. I think I must have been 11, maybe. Yep. As a treat, the whole school, a Christmas treat, the whole school sat in the main hall, and they played us Watership Down. And of course,
wow.
And at the end of the film, the hero of the film dies.
Yep. And
the entire school were in tears, except for one lad at the back going, "Yay!" Looking around at everybody. And one of my teachers glares at me and says, "What are you doing?" I said, "The good guy died. The good guy never dies at the end of the film." And everybody goes, and I'm like, "What? It just makes a bloody change that the good guy dies at the end of the film."
Well, it's necessary. Otherwise, there's no tension. There's no tension in a film if you know ahead of time what the outcome is going to be. If you know that it's going to turn out okay. There are no stakes.
99% of all films ridiculous. Watch a James Bond film.
My niece came up with a good solution to a threatening situation. She grew up on a farm, and the possums used to eat the fruit out of the trees on the outside. You know what noise possums make? They can be quite horrible sounding.
Yep.
And she thought they were boogeymen outside.
Right.
She was complaining to her father about these boogeymen outside keeping her awake at night. And of course, my brother, being such a thoughtful fellow, said, "No, the boogeymen don't live outside; they live under your bed." Of course, that didn't really solve the situation very much. And
No.
but anyway, the next day he went up to his daughter's bedroom and he found out that she'd taken a texter and drawn the outline of a big boogeyman on the floor on the carpet under her bed.
Right.
And he said, "Why did you do that?" And she said, "Well, at least I know that if I look and he's under my bed, he's not somewhere else."
Oh dear.
Is it Twilight Zone? There's some television series where there's a kid who's being bullied at school, and this monster comes and lives under his bed and says, I'm the whatever man, and I don't harm the child whose bed I live under. And so he uses this boogeyman to extract revenge on the people who have been bullying him at school. And this, of course, terrifies away the bullies. But eventually, the boogeyman grabs him by the throat and starts strangling him. And the kid says, "But you said." And he goes, and the figure says, "Well, yes, I'm the boogeyman. I won't harm the child under whose bed I live, but I'm not the boogeyman from under your bed."
I like that.
Yeah. My parents used to tell us that the boogeyman lived in the dam, only to stop us going up to the dam because she didn't want us to drown in the dam.
Yeah.
Basically.
Well, what kind of weird ass, grandma state are you living in?
Didn't last long though. We still explored the dam.
Yeah. Well, isn't that supposed to be bad for you in terms of they're often full of agricultural parasites like various forms of nematode or that sort of thing?
I know we had leeches in it.
Okay. Well, I think if sheep drink, I remember going Rogaine. Is everybody familiar with Rogaine?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
So Rogaine is kind of like orienteering, except that you do it for like a day or a day and a half. And I went Rogaine as part of this team, and we were told, just do not drink from the dams. These dams are used by sheep. You will catch parasites if you drink from the dams. So each dam had to have its own sort of water supply next to it so that people wouldn't drink from the dam itself.
I've been asked if we want a flat earther to come in. Do we want a flat earther?
I am happy for a flat earther to come in.
Sure.
Sure.
Do we know which one it is?
I don't know. I've just been asked, do you want a flat earther? We shall find out.
I promise to be polite.
Okay. Oh, John's back again. John, I don't know what you're doing. You're up and down like a hare's knickers.
Up until which point?
Wait, we'll see it. Oh, Bev.
Oh, it's Bev. Okay, all bets are. I have to say that Bev seems to me to be a completely unrepentant shit stirrer, right?
Mm-hmm. I think we should get Bev in and watch Blue's video when he's in.
Okay, sure.
Okay, I'll see what's happening. Sam, you phoned her. It's not early. It's 2 minutes past 11. GPS.
That's GPS. Is that a time zone?
Yeah,
oh look, it's GPS the shit stirrer. Level. That's why we never hear GPS's voice, because he's just a shit stirrer, aren't you, mate?
GPS subscribed to my channel just the other day, so greetings. I'm feeling more obligated to put out more videos, so Screw you, GPS.
Hey, look, I've got people subscribed to my channel. God knows why, because there's nothing there. But you're more than welcome to subscribe. You won't get blown away by the content.
Well, I put
You ever
out
thought
what
about
I
making content, farmers?
Hey?
You ever thought about making content?
Well, there's no point me doing anything about the flat Earth, because what is the point? And there are so many other people out there already doing it. And I'm not putting up content about paintball because there's nothing more boring than watching other people paintball. It's like watching people playing computer games. I mean, that's just, take me outside and shoot.
No, I don't get
Really?
that. I no.
Really?
I don't
Because I can confirm. I can confirm that there is televised paintball in the US.
Oh my
In
goodness.
fact,
Well,
they
Yes, but-
televise
and
college
is
paintball
that like the
competitions.
SUP Air where they're doing it in amongst all the inflatables?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, that's okay for a couple of games. We actually went to the place here in the UK that hold all of the championships.
Hmm.
Can't remember the name of the place, but our guys had hired one of the fields for the day. Now, where I go paintballing, you actually have a field with a set of inflatables, so you can do SUP Air. And after 2 or 3 games on the same field, it's like, yeah, this is actually quite boring.
Yeah, that's right. But it's
That's the
kind of
problem with it.
necessary. It's kind of necessary for the in the television sequence for people, in the television format, for people to understand what's going on.
Yes.
Because if you're just changing the format every time, the audience ends up quite confused as to what the configuration is and where people are going. So they probably made that decision to televise it, but as you say, it ends up actually being quite predictable in a sense.
It is. And if it's something that you do, I mean, I go paintballing generally once a month, and I've been paintballing once a month, barring the odd accident, for about 12 years now. So.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Playing.
Oh, you're quite serious about it.
No, I'm not in a team or anything. And actually, playing on the SUP Air field is probably one of the more boring ones. I mean, we've got lots of different, and inevitably they end up getting called maps. Thank you, Call of Duty. We've got Scrapyard, which is old cars and barriers made of tyres, and that particular map was where I broke my shoulder last year. We have Battlefield that's got a helicopter, a tank, and he yelled game on. I ran, tripped over a tree stump, and broke my shoulder.
Ouch!
Yeah, you have no idea. And of course, everybody said, particularly at the hospital, why didn't you put your hands out to break your fall? What, when I'm carrying a paintball gun?
Yeah.
And of course, to your mind, it all happens in slow motion, but it actually happens so quickly that there's nothing you can do. And there's that brief moment of when sometimes you trip and you think, I'm fine, I've got this, I'm not going over. And then in the next split second, it's followed by, oh shit.
No, I do remember that. Yeah.
Yes.
About 10 years ago, my next door neighbour's son jumped off the trampoline and he broke his fall with his arms.
Ouch.
Literally broke both his arms too.
Ooh.
And he had to spend the next 3 months getting his mum to wipe his ass for him.
Yeah, that can lead to extremely complicated fractures of the wrists that are very difficult to set and heal properly. So I'm sorry, was Bev going to come in, or
We're just waiting to hear back from him. A message has been sent.
okay, all right.
Yeah, but his only response is going to be level as horizontal. So
Yeah. Oh no, I suspect he'll have some personal attacks for me, and he'll just try and start trouble, which seems to be his modus operandi.
Yeah. I also had a bit of a post come through yesterday, of which I'm quite relieved. I have 2 Grand Prix coming up here, because the F1 season, now that it's compressed, they're tending to hold 2 races at alternate weekend, concurrent weekends. And living as I do in Silverstone, I've got a Grand Prix coming up the first weekend in August and the second weekend in August. And I thought, oh my God, the traffic is going to be horrendous. Look, there's not going to be any traffic because they're closed races, aren't they?
Yep, that's right.
There's actually not going to be anyone here. I thought, oh, it's bad enough for one weekend, let alone one after the other. You won't be able to move around here. No, they're not letting any spectators in, are they?
Yeah, that's right. It's my sporting passion is cricket, so it's been something of a relief after months of no cricket to notice that England are playing West Indies in England. But of course, the stadium is completely empty, and actually, they've got 3 consecutive Test matches in the same venue.
Yeah.
Thank you, John Stock, for the super sticker for $5. We've got I've got Lost again. First I got it flat. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, usually here for a Grand Prix weekend, the main road, the dual carriageway that separates the village from the race circuit gets closed off at either end at Toaster and Brackley. So that causes absolute chaos. And all the little side roads tend to get quite busy, and they close some of them off. And I thought, Christ, we're going to have that for, a whole fortnight, because they usually turn up on the Tuesday or the Wednesday and sort of
course they
the weekend. Yeah, but now this time round, nothing. I don't think the campsites won't be open, because what's the point of coming here to camp out when they won't let you on the circuit? Because it's a closed circuit. They're not letting any spectators in. It's like, actually, it's going to be bloody quiet around here. and if the wind's blowing in the wrong direction, it will be quiet, because modern F1 cars are nowhere near as good as they used to be, sound wise.
I'm actually, so I am not actually a fan of motorsport.
Right.
So when you say nowhere near as good as they used to be as far as sound is concerned, what I hear in my mind is they're nowhere near as annoyingly noisy as they usually are.
That's one way of describing it.
Yeah, everybody check they've got your YouTube off.
I do have my YouTube.
We're getting a bit of bleed through from John Stock, I think.
Is it John? Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Is that
Have you got your YouTube running?
It's on mute. I want to see it.
I don't even have YouTube open.
It's weird.
And my Discord is completely muted. Should I shut down my Discord?
No, I'm in Discord too, but as long as you're definitely muted in there. But I don't have it coming through my channel anyway, so shouldn't be any difference.
Gravity Guru, I notice, is not muted in.
I don't think Discord's gonna make any difference. I don't run Discord through here.
It shouldn't make any difference in Discord,
No.
but
It's very weird. I definitely don't have.
Yeah.
Can I ask
F1
Gravity?
Oh, go on.
yeah.
So on the bookshelf to your side, there are a sequence of volumes in green down to the right-hand side of that middle shelf. What are they?
Whereabouts are you talking?
Yeah, okay, move to your right, to your right, to your right. About there. Just to the right of that.
These ones?
Yep, those ones.
That's not books. That's little trays with electronics parts in it.
Oh, okay. All right. It just looked like a set of books, and I was intrigued.
No.
Okay.
That's resistors and capacitors and diodes and all sorts of other stuff.
All right. Well, that would be why they confused me, because
Yeah.
okay. Anyway, Farmer's Boy, you were about to say something.
Yeah. The older F1 cars used to run V8s and V10s, and they were sort of 3.5 litres. And they really did sound quite good. You know, some engines have just got that noise, and you hear it on full chat, and you think, "Oh, that's a nice noise." The newer F1 cars.
No, I don't know that.
You don't appreciate the sound of a good engine, then?
No, I don't.
Okay, that's lost on you then.
Shut down that conversation.
Well, they've even over the last year or two, they've had to adjust the exhaust noise of these F1 cars because everybody said they're too quiet, they're too boring.
Right. Okay.
Bearing in mind they're tiny little engines. They're 1600 cc engines.
Yeah.
You know, my car's got a bigger engine than they have, but unfortunately, my car doesn't make upwards of 900 horsepower. I wish it did.
Yeah. No, actually,
you know.
You really don't. You really don't want that much power at your beck and call, because you will miss it and you will crash. But yeah, I do understand that there are people who find this deeply interesting, but for me, it's just never been one of my things. So yeah, which is fine. I like cricket. If I had to objectively explain to any human being who could recognize boring shit as boring shit why cricket is interesting, I wouldn't be able to do it. It's only because I've been raised thinking that cricket is interesting that I think cricket is interesting. But it appeals to me.
Tony, is it because at the same time you can watch the grass grow?
You can read a book while you can read a book while watching cricket, and that is a huge advantage. Yes. Shall I show you the book that I am currently reading? Actually,
yeah, what are you currently reading?
I am currently reading this book.
Yeah.
Ah.
What was it? I didn't see it.
The shape and the size of the Earth.
There you go.
How very appropriate.
It's a historical survey of what people have thought of the shape and the size of the Earth as a function of time. And it's quite interesting because it turns out that a lot of the flat Earth arguments are about 3,000 years old. So, yeah, which I consider quite interesting.
Well, when you press a lot of them and they start pulling up quotes from Samuel Rowbottom, who was the 1800s, and it's like, have you not progressed beyond the 1800s? You didn't even make it into the 20th century, let alone the one we're in now.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Gravity is about to show us the book he's reading.
That's what I'm reading at the moment, Tony.
Quantum Evolution. Oh, yeah, interesting. So I don't know what that's about. Is that a book about
quantum mechanics and evolution? Yeah, quantum biology. Right. Yeah, it's good.
Oh, okay, interesting.
If you gave me half an hour, I could show you the books I'm reading at the moment. I don't tend to do one at a time. There's about a dozen on the Kindle.
Right.
I've got 2 different books on Scribd, one downstairs on the PC, one up on the laptop, one up here on the PC. And physically, actual hard copies of books, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, about half a dozen.
You're the sort of person, farmers, are you, that if someone says, "Do you want a book for Christmas?" you say, "Nah, I've already got one of them."
Yeah. I use a thing called Evernote, which is like an online note keeping thing, and I have lists of every single book I own, not just physically, but on the Kindle, on Scribd, books I've read and since got rid of. Because when I do actually go into a physical bookshop and look at a book and think, have I read this? I have to consult the lists because I can't remember.
Oh, really?
I read voraciously, yes. Yeah. I've got my own library here of books. I've got hundreds and hundreds of books, real ones. I don't know how many hundreds I've got on my Kindle Red list. You can't remember them all.
Okay. So,
and I've bought the same book before, thinking, "Oh, I haven't read this." Get home, start reading. Shit, I've already got this.
Okay. Yeah, I don't suffer from that. I have a very clear memory of what books I've written, and my mum always used to confound me because she could reread Agatha Christie books. She could reread a book and not remember exactly what was in it or how it ended, and I've never been able to do that. I've got a very clear recollection of what books I have read and what books I haven't read.
I can always remember the books. I can always remember the books that I've read, but over the years, your recollection of what the story's about, and the details change somewhat.
That is true.
You get a kind of distorted picture of it. So every now and then, it's good to reread a good story because you pick up on the little details again.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. Some books I've replaced with Kindle versions because I got to the point I was physically running out of bookshelf space. So I got rid of some of the hard copies and replaced them with Kindle versions that I know. It's like I have the complete works of H.P. Lovecraft. He's the best horror story writer I've ever encountered, and I've read all of his. Oh yes, I've read all of his stories umpteen times. But I've now got them on the Kindle because my copies of his books were falling apart.
Okay, because I have to say I read The Whisperer in the Dark. It's the only H.P. Lovecraft story I've read, and it was a piece of crap. There are very few.
Not one of his best.
There are very few stories I've read and been less impressed by. So I kind of I haven't delved any further into H.P. Lovecraft. Have you seen? If you are a fan of H.P. Lovecraft, have you seen the first season of True Detective?
Yes, superb. The first series of True Detective is amazing.
Yep. So were you as excited as I was when it got to the point of Carcosa and the King in Yellow?
Yes.
Okay. Because then I was instantly thinking, are we in an H.P. Lovecraft story? Do the villains think they're in an H.P. Lovecraft story?
It was definitely going that way, wasn't it? Yeah.
What exactly is happening here? I thought it was just this sort of. Hang on, did I just hear that right? Have we transitioned here? Because up until that point, it was just sort of a police procedural, but after that, it sort of became more interesting for me. But
I would say if you were going to read H.P. Lovecraft, and obviously most of the stuff he did were short stories or short-ish stories, I would say things like I think they're going to try and film some of these at the Mountains of Madness. The Dunwich Horror.
Yep.
The original Call of Cthulhu, the one that sort of sets up the whole mythos behind it. That's quite good. The one you read is not one of his best ones. Like a lot of these prolific authors, they did some good stuff and some very weak stuff, and that unfortunately was one of the weaker ones. And I've actually just watched Nicolas Cage started an adapt. The Color Out of Space, yes.
Yep.
The short stories, okay. The film, I don't know about that. That's a bit,
It's on my to-watch list. I picked up a copy of the DVD just out of interest. But if you are interested in Cthulhu style, Lovecraftian style horror, I'm not sure if you've seen The Void. But it's very much in that sort of genre. I think if you like Lovecraftian style movies, that might appeal to you.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one. I've made a note. I
noticed that everybody else has gone extremely quiet.
Not always read H.P. Lovecraft. That's why.
Never read anything. Although I did Farmer's
Exactly.
recommendation. I downloaded it, but I haven't read any yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
If you, in terms of films, I would also recommend In the Mouth of Madness, which is one of John Carpenter's.
Yes.
Starring
that's a good
Sam
film.
Neill. Yep.
That's it. Yeah, that came out in the 80s, didn't it? That was sometime in the 80s, I think.
Yep, that's right.
Yes,
It's one of
good one.
his Apocalypse trilogy, along with the Thing and Prince of Darkness. Prince of Darkness
The
isn't
Thing.
any good, but
Yeah,
the Prince of Darkness kind of sucks, but The Thing is my favorite movie ever. So
that is just one of the best films ever made. The Thing. That is, I've lost count of the number of times I've watched that. Just if nothing else, for when the head crawls off and his
Yes.
reaction when he sees it. I mean, that's just a brilliant film.
It is a brilliant film, and I really, really enjoy it. But I kind of think that we need to bring the conversation back to where other people can participate in it, because we can probably talk about horror movies all night long, but everybody else is going to be out in the cold here. So,
Oh dear.
I have just found
Well, as long as
some.
Go
Meme.
on.
I'm going to show it. Okay, I'm going to try and download this meme. I don't know if Tony's seen it, but he's in it.
oh really?
Yeah, I know.
oh,
I need to save it first.
I have to say, it's incredibly flattering that I am in any memes whatsoever. I don't think of myself as...
You've reached the pinnacle of notoriety if you've in some flat earth.
Exactly. So
I just need
some
to share
flat
it.
earther somewhere has felt compelled to...
There you go. Can you see that?
Pre-show warm-up.
Wait, no,
Oh, God.
I guess if it's flat earth, you, Team Skeptic and Sean Hawking. I don't really get that photo of me, though. That's quite good. I see.
That's I can tell you from experience that's exactly what it looks like in the lead up.
Oh, there's another one. Wait a minute.
poor old Fight the Tight shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, there I am. Yeah. The fascinating thing about this is that I used to be an acolyte, right? I was raised Catholic, and I eventually became an acolyte. So, yeah, if they searched, I think they could possibly, because I was an acolyte at the local cathedral.
Right.
So there are pictures of me, but
Ooh, no.
it just.
These are all from Emma. These are all from Emma UK's Discord, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Where the invitation has gone
I'm
out.
not
but no one's
surprised.
taken it yet.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's the wrong button.
I'm sure they intend these to be offensive in some fashion.
The appeal to education fallacy. I am PhD, multi.
Yeah, okay.
When I preach, you will listen.
Yeah. And I mean, that's absolutely not what I've ever said. Science doesn't care what I say or I think. Science is its own thing, and what I say only has weight insofar as it agrees with the scientific consensus, and the same is true for anybody else. If you're going to come on and preach something that is disputed by mainstream science, you're a nobody. Nobody has to listen to you. And the same's true for me. If I come on and I say, the sky is purple, or or evolution is a load of bollocks, nobody has to listen to me as far as that's concerned. In fact, nobody has to listen to me as far as anything is concerned. You only have to listen to me if, on researching it, what I say agrees with scientific reality.
Yeah, I kind of disagree a little bit with that, Tony, because
Okay.
people don't have to listen to you, sure. All right. But
Yep.
if you disagree with scientific consensus, there's only one thing that you better have, and that is a shitload of evidence to support your position.
And I mean that's entirely true too.
Major discoveries have been made by people disagreeing with scientific consensus.
No, that's entirely that's a very valid point.
Yeah.
My counter to that is that I am not claiming to have any insights that revolutionize science.
No.
So in that regard, if I am making a claim that I am revolutionizing science with some sort of insight that I possess, then as you say, I need to back that up with a shirtload of evidence. It's just a and this is what I say. This is what I've attempted to say in all of the debates I've been in. Ultimately, these people, flat earthers, need to find anybody I am in conversation with need not listen to me, need not find me persuasive. But what they should do is research the available scientific evidence and see whether or not I'm representing it fairly. And if I am, they should perhaps consider that and give it some weight. And I constantly say this too. I am not one of the top 10 million intellects on the face of the planet. There are at least 10 million people out there, I think, who are substantially more intelligent and substantially better educated. And I will defer to them as to what scientific reality is. But flat earthers won't. They won't concede that there's anybody else out there who is more intelligent than them or who has a greater knowledge base than them. And that's the distinction between me and preaching, right? What I am doing is not saying you should listen to me. I am saying you should listen to science. So, sorry, I went off on a bit of a rant. But I try not to be, I am trying on purpose not to be too didactic when it comes to these discussions.
Well, it's like the audacity of Riley to try and tell us what Einstein said and what Einstein's all about when he hasn't studied one iota of relativity at all. He has not even a basic understanding of what it's all about.
I think Riley's problem is more profound. I think Riley is genuinely intellectually challenged. I think he's genuinely quite a stupid person. And that's different from just being ignorant. He is really quite stupid. And he has persistently tried to engage me in conversation. I tried that once. He's too stupid to have a meaningful conversation with, so I won't do that again. And he seems quite upset that that's the line I've brought. But if he wants to go off, if he or Spurs or Bev or whoever want to go off and slag me to their mates, fine. I can't control what they say, and I don't care. They can make all the men. Yeah.
So I've been talking to Bev in Discord here. Pipe Parrot, would you like to set up a chat sometime? This is Bev. I said, I'm live right now.
Mm-hmm.
MC Scorpio, the guy of the memes, said he wants to join you with FTF's priest Tony PhD. I said he's actually two.
Okay.
Bev's got to go out.
I'm sorry to miss Bev, but I'm happy to talk with whomever.
And MC Scorpio says I could learn. I said I don't debate because I don't know enough about anything. Pipe Parrot, you can learn from us if you want. And Bev says, Pipe Parrot, say hello to Tony. There you go.
Hello, Bev.
He says hello.
Yeah, there's a little meme that I like to put up every now and then that simply says, "Sir, if I am to be insulted, I must first value your opinion."
Yeah, that's That's a really, really good point. That.
So I don't think there's going to be any flat earthers with it today because.
Oh, really? Oh, that's a shame.
There's Rakia, MC Scorpio, Professor Redmond, whoever that is, Emma, and Plague Zero all in the chat, but they've all ignored it. So,
did you say Rakia was in there?
Yep.
Cletus number 2.
Chemo was in, but I had said to Bacon Earth, no link for chemo, please.
Yeah.
But no, I couldn't. I couldn't. So if Tony hasn't seen Blue Marble Science's video yet, should we play it?
Absolutely.
Oh no!
Let's do.
Farmers gets a shout.
Yeah,
Oh, he's famous.
What, they tries to wind me up by calling me Farmer's Boy, spelt B-O-I.
B-O-I, yes.
B-O-I.
Yeah. Oh, bless. Oh, dear.
And I better press play, yeah? Let me know if you can hear it.
Welcome to Blue Marble Science.
I can hear that.
Riley is stupid from beginning to end and everywhere in between. You're not going to believe this.
Echo.
Monitor damage alert is in effect. Get out those oven mitts. Push the monitors way back out of punching range. Let's let this dumpster fire and have some fun.
Do.
Anthony Riley, the overwhelming winner of Dumb Flatard of the Year for a reason. Today, Anthony picked up on something I said in closing remarks on Jose JG's channel. Shout out to Jose, by the way. You're not going to believe what he comes up with. I'm telling you, Riley's brain would be a scary place to be.
Yeah. And yeah, Brian, it doesn't matter how many times you say it, relative density is a unitless ratio. That's all it is. And the sooner that you people realise this, the better. But anyway, Earth's not flat. We checked. Thank you.
Big Blue, final thoughts.
A relative density doesn't explain anything. Density is mass per unit volume. And a relative density is a density divided by another density. We call it specific gravity, usually because we're comparing to water. When you take mass per unit volume of a substance divided by the mass per unit volume of water, you get a dimensionless number. There is nothing in there that gives you force. There is no way that density results in any sort of force. That is not the explanation for why sulfur hexafluoride sits in that tank or the butanes sat in my pipe. The explanation is a different acceleration, the one we call gravity. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Blue.
These are average download speeds based on independent Ofcom data. Great value.
Wow. An ad.
These two science
These people that are monetized is shocking.
Again. They both know what relative density is. They both know that the gas pressure argument in a vacuum is impossible, but they must defend their bullshit narrative. Let's bring back Farmer's Boy. Let's hear what he says again.
Yeah, bring back the boy.
It's the quickest and the easiest one to do. Farmer's Boy, come back in, sir.
Sir. And yeah, Brian, it doesn't matter how many times you say it, relative density is a unitless ratio. That's all it is. And the sooner that you people realise this, the better. But anyway, Earth's not flat. We checked. Thank you.
Farmer's Boy. Okay, so relative density is not a unitless ratio. It is a calculation of the density of one divided by the density of the other. By virtue of using density as your calculation, that makes it not a unitless ratio.
Oh,
oh my God.
I know.
To the calculation of one divided by the other.
Fucking clue this guy.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Just shout stop if you want me to stop in.
Yeah, stop. The last belly button to be able to see where you're going.
Just saying it's a calculation doesn't give it units, Riley.
Yeah. Well, Blue Marble Science is about to explain exactly how it works. But Farmer's Boy was, in terms of statements, in terms of scientific statements that are 100% incontestably accurate, Farmer's Boy's declaration is up there with the best I have ever heard. Right?
Thank you.
It's just a statement of fact. Specific gravity, to give it its more technical term.
Yes.
It's completely dimensionless because you're dividing one number with a dimension by the same number with the same dimension. The dimensions cancel out, and you end up with something dimensionless. It's not a difficult concept.
And that happens any time you divide any quantity divided by another amount of the same quantity, like force divided by force. You get dimensionless.
Or
mass
solar,
divided by mass, whatever.
Solar magnitude relative to the sun's magnitude, for instance. Anything, if you divide by unit value or some arbitrary standard, you end up with a dimensionless metric. Because it's just in terms of multiples of your chosen reference metric.
Yes. And that's why in most cases, when we're looking at relative density, we're comparing the density of a substance to a reference substance, and 99% of the time, that's water at, I believe, 10 degrees C at sea level. That is the benchmark against which you're comparing anything at all. And that's why that we can say quite confidently that iron has a specific gravity of 7.87. That's not 7.87 something. That's just 7.87 times more dense than water, which has the value 1. That's the benchmark. Water's the benchmark, and we're comparing everything to that. And that's why it's just a unitless ratio. It does nothing else. There's no direction, there's no force, there's no nothing to it. It's just a ratio, and they can't get their heads around it.
This is the other side of it. Even if you weren't talking in terms of relative density, suppose you were talking in terms of just density, that's still not a force, right?
No.
That is dimensionally distinct from a force.
Yeah, and that's what dimensional analysis is all about, because forces have SI units of kilograms meters per second squared. Density has units of kilograms per cubic meter.
Yep, that's right.
They're just not dimensionally the same. So density can never be a force.
Yep. So Farmer's Boy absolutely nailed it. And I mean, this may sound condescending, but I was listening to a Simon Dan video earlier today where a guy allowed himself to sort of get dragged into a couple of traps by Riley. So it's very important when we're in this sort of discussion to make statements that are simply uncontestable. And it may sound like I'm being patronizing by saying that Farmer's Boy said something that is absolutely true, but Farmer's Boy, you did exactly what is necessary. You stated something with scientific certainty, and it's exactly what's needed to sort of slap them down. It's amazing to me that Riley chooses to debate you on this.
Oh, you haven't heard nothing yet. Come on.
Well, and of course, he doesn't debate me on this because he's also got me blocked from his channel.
Yeah, that's right.
So
you're right. My use of the term debate is highly inexact. He's trying to argue the toss here.
He's saying these things about me and not even giving me the chance to reply in comments because I'm the only one who can see my comment.
Understood.
There you go.
Carry on, please, Pip.
This is fundamental, numbnuts. Pay attention. If the density of A is 2 grams per cubic centimeter and the density of B is 1 gram per cubic centimeter, The density of A relative to B is 2 grams per cubic centimeter divided by 1 gram per cubic centimeter. Grams per cubic centimeter cancel. The answer is 2. Just 2. There are no dimensions to go with it, Anthony. Jesus Christ, boy. What is wrong with you?
And the answer relative to the number 1 gives you a direction and a magnitude. Anything above 1 is the direction one way, anything below 1 is the direction the other way. And how far from that number is the magnitude. Stop misrepresenting what it is as a unitless ratio. That is incorrect. It is a calculation between the relative density of one over the relative density of the other. The answer gives you both direction and magnitude. Sit down, son.
Oh, dear. I'm sitting. Why don't you explain to us how you do these calculations?
I am telling you, you're just not listening. The mechanics of the two scalars relative to each other is called relativity. We are all relative to our environment.
Oh,
it's life.
for fuck's sake.
Okay. I know. Okay, so they're relative. Why do they accelerate?
Because they're in
you're not giving a mechanism.
Because they're in disequilibrium. I'm giving you the mechanism. You're just not understanding it because it's alien to you. But I understand that, and I'm trying to be really patient with you. But it's demonstrable, it's repeatable, it's verifiable, it's within scientific method.
If you could give me the mathematics so I could actually look at where the vector is coming from, where the force is coming from, why it's a constant force, doesn't matter what two mediums you've got, the force remains constant. How it's relative is, it should be mathematically explainable, but you're not giving me anything. You're just giving me the product of two scalars as a vector.
But I can do, but you'll dismiss it flippantly if I do. So I'm reluctant to do it. But if I demonstrate Okay.
I won't dismiss it flippantly. If you give me the calculation, we'll work through it and we'll have a look at that legitimately.
Okay, so we'll do two scenarios. I'll do this now just for shits and giggles, and we'll see which way it goes. So we're gonna have two scenarios where we're gonna decide. You'll have to watch the live stream to stay with this because I'm gonna have to do it on Paint because it's the quickest and the easiest way of doing it. So we've got scenario A and scenario B. In scenario A, we've got let's just think of two things. We've got a human. It doesn't matter what the mass or the weight of the human is at this point. It doesn't matter. Human, and we've got. Just give me a concrete noun, an inanimate object of any kind. Let's just say
a block. A lead block.
A lead block. Let's go with a lead ball. A lead volume of anything, right? Lead, right? So that'll be the first one. And then in scenario B, we've got the human. Oops. My mouse is doing weird things. So we've got the human, and then we're going to have a density value for that, and then we're going to pick something that's either a lot more dense or a lot less dense than lead.
Uranium.
And then we're going to have an equals for that, right? And all we do is we're going to have a big, nice and equal sign there, and we're going to have an equal sign there, and then we're going to say the vector, because vectors is a direction and a magnitude. We're going to address vector. So the direction is D, and the magnitude is M equals, and the D is there.
But you just made that up.
Vector is direction and magnitude. I haven't made that up.
Right. But you just made up that direction.
I haven't done it yet.
But you were writing. You said you're writing it down.
I am.
D.
Yeah. So D for direction, M for magnitude. So I'm going to show.
I thought you were doing D for down. But...
No, D for direction, M for magnitude. So I'm just demonstrating to soundly gently that we can do this. And I know that you're going to flippantly dismiss this and disagree with it. But
yeah, because he knows he's wrong.
We'll look at it and let's do it. Right, density of a human. So let's find out the density of a human on average. It's going to be around about 1.
Around about 1, or maybe 1,000, or maybe some other number. And if it's your density, Anthony, it's close to infinity.
Units, right? M3. So the average density of a human is 985 kilograms per meter cubed, right? So we need to work. So we need to work in the same units at all times so that we can compare, right? Because otherwise you're not doing it. 985 kilograms. So we're going to work in kilograms per meter cubed.
Sorry, just to stop you there, you've already used a constant acceleration.
No,
So,
I
so you're falsifying. No, you are, because you've used kilograms.
Kilograms is just kilograms is a measurement. It's a scalar. It's a scalar. It's not a weight. It's a scalar, isn't it? It's a
I think in
measurement.
this, I think in this case you can just think of it as a mass because I know that's what I don't like. That's the only one thing I don't like about the metric system is kilograms.
Yeah, I'm demonstrating.
It's used as a weight and a mass.
Can I stop
so long
now?
as we keep it as the same
Can
unit,
stop
it
now?
isn't going to make.
Yep. So, I just want to explain that we often use kilograms as a measure of weight, but actually that would be that's technically incorrect.
Yes.
Kilograms is a measure of mass. Newton is force. Our weight should be measured in newtons, which is kilograms times g, basically, for Earth's surface, times 9. So it's 9.8 kilogram meters per second squared. And it is an ambiguity in the way we routinely use metrics, but actually it's not an ambiguity of the SI system. It's an ambiguity of bathroom scales.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just say good morning, Blue? We have the man himself with us.
Blue Marble Science, how are you?
Good morning. How
Good
are
morning.
we doing?
I am well, thank you.
Like we're watching some real crazy shit here.
Oh my!
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
And we have you to blame for it. So are you?
I lost a lot of brain cells.
Are you conciliatory? Are you apologetic for inflicting this on us?
No. I had to substitute it. You had.
That is exactly the right response, Blue. Thank you very much.
Well.
Good on you, Blue.
But so I just wanted to clarify that it's not actually a problem with the SI system. It's a problem with the way bathroom scales present their results, because essentially they measure the force, then they divide by the constant acceleration of gravity, or the acceleration of gravity, which they treat as a constant, and they derive your mass in kilograms. But it's a sloppiness in notation of bathroom scales that's to blame.
It's fine. It's fine, Tony, if the bathroom scales are calibrated correctly for your particular location, and you don't go carting them around the country where that calibration may change. But
yeah, that's right. And they aren't actually calibrated. They just sort of treat it as approximately right, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But
for most purposes, that's okay.
That is okay. So bathroom scales lie to you. We can move on from there.
Yep.
I definitely agree with the scales. Yep. Mine lie.
Yeah, I'm sure mine are lying.
Yeah, the scale should say newtons or slugs. But they don't.
That's right. Yeah, they should, and they don't, and that's to sort of simplify the message that people are taking away from them. Sorry.
But if you go to engineering school in the U.S. anyway, because we use SI units, we were taught. I was taught never just to write LB as an abbreviation.
Yep.
Right, LBM or LBF. Be specific. Are you talking about pound mass or pound force?
Right. Okay. Yeah, and that's strictly necessary. Otherwise, you're going to end up with ambiguity, which, from an engineering perspective, you absolutely do not want.
No, that gets people killed.
Yeah, exactly. But carry on with the video, please, Pip.
Difference in the long term. Let's go with the definition of the density of lead. Density of lead.
I have it here.
What?
It's the density of lead is
11,342, right?
Yeah. So this, you can round it.
Kilograms per meter cube. So it's 11,342. 42.
Yeah.
So we're going to go with the human on the other side as well.
Yeah. And so if this 19. So where that was 11,34, that's 19,1 for uranium.
I want the audience to see it. So, right, let's.
Now they're going to.
19.1 grams per centimeter cubed, or whatever units you're using. So where if you had 11 as a value for lead, then it's 19.1.
Oh, those pesky units again, huh, Anthony?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
Wasn't uranium more dense than lead?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 19,100.
So lead is 11, then
That's grams per centimeter cube, though, isn't
Oh God.
Sure. Yeah. So as I was saying, so you just translate to whatever
Oh no!
unit you're
Now
using.
he's got.
So wouldn't that be
decimal
19,000 then?
places.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. If you had 11, so you had 11,000. So this would be 19,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then all we do is we divide one by the other. So that would give us our relative density for either. So divide, and it doesn't matter which way around you do it. You can do it either or. Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
As long as you do it the same on both. So let's bring up calculator.
He's
Where
so
are you getting the
dumb.
direction from?
I'm going to show you now. So when I bring my calculator over, I'll do A first. We've got 985 divided by 11,342 gives us 0.08.
No.
Let's do it to 3 decimal places. 0.0868. We'll go with that. Right? And we'll notice that the value is a positive value. Okay, so we're going to put a plus there because that's the direction. The plus, that's
This
the
is
up and
going to
down,
get hilarious.
or minus.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity,
Yeah.
how are you planning on multiplying or dividing two positive numbers and ever coming up with anything other than a positive number?
And then,
God.
so the direction is positive. So that's going to give us one or the other. Doesn't matter at the moment which. Positive, right? And then we're going to do the magnitude.
Oh,
is
he's already
represented
fucked it up, hasn't
away
he?
from the value of 1. This
Yeah, this
number
one.
is 1 is our relative number.
He's
and it's
got human and lead the wrong way round for a start.
Is our 0 point. So 1 is actually 0. Huh.
No.
Do you remember when you did your thingy circle and you said that the 0 point was at 3 o'clock? I'm using the same principle and I'm using a relative value of 1 for my 0 value. And I'm looking at the magnitude away from that number 1. So we've got 0.08 and it's positive. So the magnitude is how far away from 1 that number is, right? And we'll come to it in a second.
Still doesn't. So vectors are going to be directions,
My
right?
brain
So you just up or
hurts.
down. You're
It's
just
Gumby.
arbitrarily choosing those directions.
No, I'm not. I'm not arbitrarily choosing them. I'm giving them nothing. I'm saying that positive is one value, up or down, doesn't matter which.
Up or down, doesn't matter which. I smell something burning. Hey, Gladys, go check that dumpster.
Let it burn.
So I'm not giving them any value. I'm just pointing out that there's a
God.
disequilibrium. And then if it was a negative, it's the opposite. And the magnitude is governed by the how far away it is from that.
Oh.
We
Right,
should.
but you're saying that it's either going to be pointed up or pointed down, though.
I'm not saying either. I'm saying it's one or the other. It doesn't matter which. I'm just
Is it ever
demonstrating.
going to be pointed sideways
If
or
the
diagonal?
if the value relative to 1 happened to be 1, yes, it would be sideways because it would be neither one nor the other.
What?
So
Jesus
vectors are only
Christ.
up, down, left, or right?
Are we understanding each other? You're an idiot.
So let's
Or would it have to be diagonal? That's what I'm saying. There's an infinite amount of directions that the vectors can be pointed.
correct, and
So
we
I don't
see
know why only up or down.
because up and down is the scalar we're using with density because numbers are
Oh,
greater than or
God.
less than themselves.
Because numbers are greater than or less than themselves. I just need to pause for a moment and think about that. Yeah, what Judge Judy said.
How could 2 ever be
Because
bigger than
numbers are
itself?
linear. Pardon?
You're arbitrarily relating that to the up direction and down direction, though.
I haven't given it any direction. You're arbitrarily assigning it to an up or down. I'm just saying that one of the numbers is positive, and then the other number is going to be also positive. So
Positive.
it's going to be
Yeah.
0.
They're all going to be positive.
Hang on. 0.0868. Oh, it's the same. It's virtually the same value.
You've done the same calculation twice, knucklehead.
8, 6. I need to go to more decimal places. 8, 4, 5, 3. 8,
Oh,
6.
God.
Same value.
Let's see if I can get rid of that.
Comedy gold.
One's almost
It is
double.
comedy gold.
8, 6. Yeah, to put how many decimal places?
It really
isn't it?
is.
Hang on.
He's got 19-1 in his calculator.
8, 6, 8, 4, 5, 3. 8, 6, 8.
He just forgot to hit the equal button.
5.
He's got the previous answer still in there.
I have to go back to the other one. 8, 6, 8, 4, 5, 3. 4, 5, 3, 5, 3, 5.
You did the same calculation twice, stupid. More
Oh,
decimal
God.
places isn't going to change it.
Oh, God.
What are you dividing?
5. I'm just showing the disequilibrium between the two, but I haven't gone to enough decimal places.
Jesus Christ.
How did you determine D? What number? What did you divided one by the other?
Yeah, D, the direction is the positive or the negative value. So hang on, just bear with me. Let me go back to this one. 985 divide that by 11,342 gives me 0.08684535. 868 4535 4 5 3 5.
Oh, God.
4
It's
5 3
oh,
5. No, it should be
Jesus.
3 5 again. 3 5 3
And do you know what's really funny about him doing all this in paint?
3 5. I need
You
more
can
decimal
actually
places.
write stuff
The
in
numbers are
paint.
heavy.
Values aren't correct, man. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, you can type it in there.
6 8 4 5 3.
You can type it in. You don't have to write
Oh,
it all
nice.
with your mouse.
I did not know that, so there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
By 19,000, I got 0.05.
Oh,
Yeah.
have I done the maths for the wrong thing there? Let me try that again. Oh shit, I've lost it.
I just saying one of them's almost double the
Shit,
other one.
you've lost it already.
Can we stop at this point?
Done the same, different.
Why have you worn out your oven gloves?
I'm
From face
not
palming so
sure.
much.
I'm not sure how many of you have seen the movie Dodgeball.
Yes.
A true underdog story. But there's a there's a moment in there where the coach addresses the team of dodgeballers and says, can somebody catch a goddamn ball? It's like watching a bunch of retards trying to hump a doorknob.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that metaphor is trying to communicate, but I feel like this is as close as I am going to ever find. It is just, it is watching somebody completely intellectually under-equipped for calculating two-dimensionless ratios, trying to do it in real time. It's just absolutely absurd. And of course, what he wants to do is actually compare it to the ratio between a human and air density, because that's what he wants. He wants objects that are denser than air to fall and objects that are lighter than air to rise. So in order to get this, what he wants is just to compare the density of one object to the density of air and calculate a relative density there. The air and uranium example is just completely spurious at this point. It just sigh.
Can I just point out?
GPS is just texting, make it stop. Yes.
Can I just point out for those people who weren't aware of it, on screen he's doing this in paint. Now, if you look at the top there, in the middle, you've got all of those colours. Yeah.
Yep.
Go to the left of that, and although it doesn't stand out very well, you've got the bit that's called shapes.
Right. Okay.
And you can draw. So next to that is brushes. Next to that, if you can see it, there's a letter A. If you click on the letter A, that
it will let you
write
enter text. Okay.
Exactly. So he's opened up Paint and he's trying to write all this using his mouse, whereas he could have just clicked the letter A and typed the whole bloody lot in. This is how gorgeous this guy is.
It seems kind of like criticizing criticizing an earthworm for not possessing wings. Really, this guy is really intellectually out of his depth at this point. Using the text button would not allow him to do derivatives with any greater facility. Not even derivatives, just divisions. Sorry.
Does anyone recall the moment when Jamie Brown tried to do an 8 inches per mile squared calculation?
No, I don't.
You're going to have to go and see that. I'm going to have to show you that eventually. This is on a par with that.
Right. It's just.
I mean, he's using in when you're working out relative density, you have a reference material, which in the real world is usually water. Here, it's the human.
So it's the human.
Yeah. Well, on either side here, you would be dividing the density of lead by the density of a human. So the very first part of his, the very first point of his calculation is wrong. And as Blue has pointed out, he hasn't done the two separate calculations because he didn't hit the equal button. So he's just coming up with the same answer twice because it's the only answer he's got in his calculator.
Jesus.
It hurts. It really hurts to watch.
It's like watching a slow motion ambulance roll over in front of a freight train that's on fire.
That's right. It is the my go-to image is that quote from Dodgeball. You just had this individual has absolutely no understanding of what it is they're even trying to achieve, let alone how to achieve it. It's spectacular in its separation from meaningful science.
Yeah. More dirt.
More dirt, please.
Math, but I might have to.
You might put the same number in both times.
985 divided by 19100. There we go. Yeah, you're right. So I've obviously done the same math twice, so I need to just move that out of the way while I get my rubber. Rub it out. Oh shit!
Too bad you're
dead. You're saying that I'm the one who I'm trying to figure out where you're gonna get. So there's an infinite amount of directions.
Yeah, I'm going to show you.
Pointed. And
so because
no, you're not.
Is calculated or is measured with a scale of numbers, and because numbers are linear, there is a linear relationship with the numbers.
Oh, numbers are linear. What does that mean?
Or down, positive or negative. Numbers are linear.
Why isn't it right or left?
Because it would only be right or left if the numbers were the same. So the disequilibrium value, if it was the same disequilibrium value, then it would be a lateral displacement, and then the function would be volume.
But you're just making this rule up. This is something you're just making up there.
I'm not. You're asking me for the maths, and I'm demonstrating for you that I can calculate it and I can predict it. And I said that you would dismiss it. But
what exactly?
Stop for a moment.
Oh God!
This isn't what.
Okay, pick up on one thing he said there. Which I think no one is really. You're just glossing over this bit. He's saying that you calculate the relative density of the two sides, right? And the thing that really flabbergasted me was he said, if you get the same number when you do that, then that means the thing will move sideways.
Yeah, there's
your balloon will go up or your lead ball will go down. But if you happen to put something in a medium where the density is the same, it'll move sideways, folks.
Yeah, submarines just randomly move sideways.
Yeah.
It's just.
No, wait a minute. No, left or right. They only go left or right.
Only go left or right. They don't go forward or backwards.
Yeah.
It is the most they don't. He doesn't even realize how divorced he is from a meaningful example. Like calculate the trajectory of an artillery shell that is launched at such and such an angle with such and such a muzzle velocity. neglecting air resistance, calculate that trajectory. Okay, this is so divorced from even that is the simplest possible physics problem you could be set in certainly in Australia. That is the most basic problem you could be given in terms of analyzing the motion of an object. And this is not even to that level. They're not examining, initial conditions. They're not examining accelerations. They're not examining the motion of an object. They haven't even defined what it is. So what are they calculating here? Are they calculating the motion of a lead bullet versus a uranium bullet inside a human? Or are they calculating the relative motion of a human in a pool of solid lead compared to a human in a block of solid uranium? What is the physical problem there? What is the physical problem in slide A as opposed to the physical problem in slide B? What exactly are they comparing here? They haven't even gone that far into the basic elements necessary to define a physical problem are completely missing from this discussion. They haven't even approached needing equations because they don't know what problem they're even addressing at this point.
And it gets worse.
And it gets worse.
It does.
Oh, jeez. Oh, Jesus, Blue. Why not just kick me in the nuts?
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Somebody hold my beer.
Linear mathematics or linear algebra. I'm sorry. When you actually I don't know why you're doing these calculations with these two scalars to get.
Because gently asked me to demonstrate the mechanism.
I know, but I'm just trying to figure out why you're doing it this way and why why it's valid for you to be choosing either straight up or straight down direction.
Oh shit! So hang on, let me just move that down there because I've done it wrong.
It doesn't make sense. It actually does. It doesn't satisfy the question of where is that downward coming from, because it's like you've just put it in there.
The downwards come. Well, I haven't given down yet. We haven't got there yet. Watch.
I know.
Right. So because both of these are more dense than the medium that they're in, that's the right. So the direction, and you can have it as either. It doesn't matter which way around you do it. So we can easily label this as negative if we want to, because it's relative to the number one. So we can say it's negative or we can say it's positive. It doesn't matter. But the point is that the relative to the number one, this direction governs or calculates to be either less than 1 or greater than 1. So in this case, we're going to say that the value on screen is positive, and that's also positive. So we can tell relative to the objects in question, in this case lead and the uranium, that they are significantly more dense than the human.
Yes, Anthony, and a third grader could tell that the lead is significantly more dense than the human simply by looking at the densities. You don't need hocus pocus math for that.
But let's do another example where...
Why did you divide the human's density by the object that they're with or whatever?
Because it's relative density, isn't it? So let's try it with C, and we'll go with a ping pong ball.
Can I just ask, where is the acceleration of the vector there? Like, where is the meters per second squared? How do you get that from the two scalars that you have?
The magnitude is the difference from one that the number is. So because if you'll see it now, if you do it with a ping pong ball, you see it because it's easy when it's in the other example.
But if you end up with different magnitudes, then even by any kind of stretch of logic where I can't see what you're doing there gives you any vector at all, but even if it did, the acceleration values would be different.
Yeah, right. And they in real life,
that's right. That's right. No, they're not the same. They're not the same, because my egg didn't accelerate at 9.
Same shaped objects, they're going to fall exactly the same rate.
They're not. Because if everything falls at 9.8 meters per second squared, right? A, that's in a vacuum, and B, my egg didn't accelerate at 9.8 meters per second, did it?
Yeah, but these two objects, even if it was going slower because of drag, these two objects are still going to be accelerating the same. Whereas for some reason, the calculations you're doing, you're getting a value which is almost double, if not 40% or 50% more, whatever it is. So it should be going that much, should be accelerating that much faster. I really don't even understand why you're doing the calculations you're doing. Why are you dividing a human's density by this?
Because it's relative it's relative density. So the human is relatively dense to the medium it's in. And you can get your direction because you need,
particularly in Riley's case,
you need a direction and a magnitude. We know by dividing one by the other, you get a value. And we know by it being positive or negative, the direction, because one's relative to the other, one will be the opposite.
And we know you're just making shit up.
And the magnitude is the differential between how far away from the value 1 it is. So yeah, look.
Why are you justifying dividing?
Because that's how you divide. That's how you do it.
I want to just briefly
85 divide that by 84 gives you.
Blue, thank you so much for introducing us to this shitstorm, and thus robbing us of brain cells we're doubtless going to miss when we descend into dementia. But it is when you do choose to interject into this stream, it is like suddenly encountering a plum in a bowl of onions. It's like, oh, that's right. There are actually reasonable, sane human beings out there. I had temporarily forgotten while listening to Riley talk that was the case. So thank you for that. I just wanted to express my gratitude for being an island of stability in this otherwise unnavigable tempest of bullshit.
As a content creator, you have to appreciate that this is like for me, this is like finding the Holy Grail. I mean, I really have to say virtually nothing. It writes itself. I mean, it's all you have to do is just show it and laugh.
Yeah, that's right. I heard somebody say you couldn't write this stuff. Of course, we couldn't write this stuff. We're sane. It's you need to be absolutely off the planet to even dream this crap up. But anyway, let's see where he's going to go.
11.7. So here we go. So let's do that now. 11.72. So put my lines in. 11.
So are you saying that that person is holding this object in the medium?
I'm saying that I'm demonstrating to you, because I know that you guys love the maths. You guys need that value to be able to show the direction. So here we have the vector. So the vector.
None of this makes sense, man.
I know you don't understand it, and I'm fine.
I'm telling you, I do understand that it doesn't make sense. Like, why are you dividing a person's mass divided by some object that they're carrying or
to show you that I can predict and calculate the relative density to give me the magnitude and the direction. So in this
relative density, you could just subtract the numbers to see the difference between them, or you divide the same number by both these numbers and then see the difference between them.
Yeah.
But why are you dividing that one by the other?
To give you a ratio, an equation, or a ratio, a number that. So look. So when we did the human against lead, we had 985 divide that by 11,000, give us this value, right? Relative to to 1 being your 0 point. Look at how far away it is, right? It's miles away. But the same was with the uranium. So relative to the value of 1, although I've put the value in the wrong place there, it should be there, shouldn't it? Doesn't matter. But look what happens when I do a ping pong ball. Relative to the value of 1 being our 0 point, you can see that that's in the opposite direction. So that's not a positive number. That's a negative number.
Jesus Christ.
Look at the magnitude. Look at the magnitude. It It is because you are the human is either
after you're saying, when you subtract it from 1, you're saying
divide. If you divide one by the other, you will get a number. You will always get a number. And if you use your 0 value to be 1, and then use all your numbers relative to 1, you can get your vector. No, not apply, not subtract, apply. So your direction would be whether the number is positive or negative.
If you're not subtracting, you're never going to get a negative number.
Look. Yeah, you are. I got a negative number there to 1, negative relative to the number 1.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
You're missing this bit. Yeah. You don't seem to understand that the 0 value, anything below 1 would be considered negative.
So you're subtracting it from 1.
Divide 1 by the other, and whatever number you get here, right, is relative to the number.
It's never going to be negative. Doesn't matter if you divide 1 by
a million.
It
is going to be because your number value, your 0 value is 1. So you will get a negative value, right? And it doesn't even matter which way you label it either. It's relative. So you can say that the value that I got there, the 0.05, I need to move that because it's in the wrong place. Let's move that to there because that is the answer to that, isn't it? So put that there.
Okay, so you're basically saying that 1 is 0.
Yes.
Because 1 is 0.
Then you get your negatives.
Between 0 and 1 is a negative number.
Correct. So, and
it's too early to hit the vodka.
Because that's relative numbers. We're dividing 1 by the other to get a ratio. So 1 is your 0 value, and then your number relative to 1 being your 0 tells you your direction, because if it's greater than or less than, as it is in the case in this third one here, doesn't matter which way around, you can say greater than or less than. So long as there's one side of the 1 or the other side of the 1, that gives you your direction, and then your magnitude is how far away from that number it is. And it all points along the path of the acceleration of the egg or whatever it is in the object. You'd have to recalculate it so you get a curved graph. So it wouldn't be linear, you get a curve based on the acceleration. Calculated my predictions and I can test it real world. So for example, if I got an egg, so we can do it with the egg. So we'll apply it to the egg and we'll apply it to salt water. Let's do that.
Oh, it's going to get good
density
now.
of an egg.
Let's really?
Mathematically, what would happen if I put an egg in salt water?
Sure, do all that, and then also I'm going to write down the numbers because all I have to do is write down the density of the egg, the density of the medium, and then compare those values. I don't have to do all this like dividing.
No, you have to divide. You can't compare the values. You have to divide. Because then that gives you relative numbers. You're allowed, you can, because you divide, you can then use relative numbers, 1 being the 0 value, to give you your direction and your magnitude. That's what would happen.
Oh, sloppy. That's the cliff you're walking off of.
The density, I guess you're looking it up. Okay, yeah, you got it there. That's the density of an egg, 1.03. So yeah, I put that number here. Density of water is almost 1. And so that's all I do is I realize, okay, that density is 1.
Salt water, not normal water. Salt water.
Well, yeah, well, you would eat, both, I guess, so you can see how it increases. I think it's 1.25 or something. 1.025. I mean.
It depends on how much salt you've got in it.
Density of seawater is kilograms per meter cubed. Do we have that in kilograms per meter cubed?
So the density of seawater is less than the density of the egg. He has to have added more.
Hang on.
Salt.
Egg. So we're going to go with A, B, C, D.
Yeah, but why are you including the human in this?
I'm not. I've removed the human because you didn't like it. So now we're going to go to.
Wait, but that I don't like it. I don't understand what purpose it's like. Never mind.
Right.
I'm saying, like, if you have these numbers, now that you're looking at these numbers, all you have to do is see, okay, this is the medium.
No.
This is the egg. This number's bigger.
No, because
and they're basically almost the same value. So
yeah, but you're not getting the predictive capabilities because you're not taking into account, because you can have an object with a fixed volume but a different density, right?
That's what density accounts for, Anthony. Different amounts of mass in a volume. What is wrong with you?
You can have a volume. You can have.
Stop trying to make sense, Blue. You're just confusing me.
Yeah,
you're not getting.
What do you mean?
Well, like I say, the Titanic reduced down into a small square of steel is not going to be the same as So you need to know the density values, right?
Yeah, but the density is just going to be the volume divided by the mass.
Look, give me the density of an egg. What was the numbers?
The density of an egg is 1.031.
031. And what was salt water?
It was a range, but you used 1.029.
0.029. right? So then we divide
I
one by
can
the other.
tell you
and
that
we're gonna
that's
do
the.
it so we can see what, so that I can demonstrate that I can calculate and make predictions. Even though you can see what's going to happen, right?
Oh,
Zero,
God.
It's going to be
3,
close to less than
You
one.
don't want to miss
yeah,
this. This is
1.01
serious.
divided by 1 point. Oh shit.
Probably like 0.9.
1.031. Divide that by 1.029 gives us 1 point. So remember, one's our zero value, right?
But why are you dividing the egg by the salt water?
Well, I can do it the other way around. It doesn't matter which way. It's relative. It doesn't matter which way around we do it. So we can do
It
1.
absolutely does matter which way you do it. And one number is going to be above 1, and the other number is going to be below 1.
Correct, and that's why we've got direction as a function of positive or negative numbers. So it doesn't matter which way we do it. 1.031. Shit. Try that again. 1.
No, it's never going to change, Anthony.
Divide that by
You're not using ocean water.
031. That's going to give us the other one. So just copy that. 0.99.
No, that's the
8,
density of the ocean
0,
water. That's
6.
the density of ocean water divided by the egg.
Rumpus always says that
That's not the funny part.
density is
Watch
a
this.
vector. It doesn't give you
Okay.
magnitude or scale, direction or magnitude. So, like we have the other one, so we've got D equals. So it doesn't matter which way around we're doing it either. So we've gone with positive for numbers below 1. So this is below 1. So this will be positive because it's relative.
I'm going to give a shout out to my boy Ketters.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's what I'm saying. You said you can do either one divided by the other. You're going to get above 1 for the case that you divide the salt water by the egg.
So look at this one. Look at the magnitude here. The magnitude is very close because remember, 1 is our zero value. The magnitude is 99. 0.99. So basically, look at how close that is to 1 there. Now it's positive, right? So what we can predict here, all of these are all relative numbers to each other.
That would be negative.
But we went with positive this way. So it doesn't matter which way around it is, but as long as we're stable and consistent throughout, it doesn't matter which way around.
Oh, dear.
This gives us the direction of and the magnitude, right? So we've gone with any value that's less than 1, we've called that positive. Less than 1, positive. Greater than 1, we call that negative. And we can see that this value is less than 1, so that's positive. It's going to go the same direction as all these ones because they're relative numbers. And then the magnitude, look how close to 1 it is. It's right on the doorstep. It's right on top of it. So we know that if this object here, substance X, whatever that was, and uranium, the human relative to the uranium, if that weight is going up, right, and that's considered to be positive, this is also going to go up. The egg is going to go up in this instance because it is ever so slightly positive in this instance. So the magnitude is almost identical, right? That's where my predictive capabilities comes from, and that's where we can calculate it mathematically.
And that's where you can get it tragically wrong, Whistle Dick. Look at your numbers, Anthony. You have got an egg with a density of 1.031 floating in salt water that has a density of 1.029.
Yeah.
Dumb fuck of the year confirmed. Hey, thanks for watching. Sorry for the length of this, but this was some of the most entertaining stupid I've seen in a while. And I thought you guys would enjoy it. So with that, remember, Anthony, when I say how stupid can you be, that isn't a challenge. That's a question. Hey guys, don't forget to push the little buttons down there. Hit the bell if you want notifications. The channel's now offering memberships too, so check that out when you get a chance. And a special shout out to the patrons and the PayPals. You guys really helped me a lot. Thank you so much. Hey Gladys, we're out of here.
I just need to ask you a question, Blue. Which is of more material benefit to you, a channel membership or a Patreon subscription?
It really doesn't make any difference. So that's
okay. All right. So I have subscribed to you on Patreon because you are, for my money, one of the top 2 science communicators I have ever seen on YouTube. So I just want to thank you for doing that, and I want to make sure that I'm supporting you as efficiently as I can.
Thank you, Tony. I really appreciate that.
I would just say one thing, Blue, for yourself. Patreon takes less than 10%, whereas YouTube takes 30% of your membership. So Patreon is your most efficient support mechanism.
Yeah, I suppose that would. Yeah, I wouldn't think of that like that. But yeah, that's true.
Greetings to you, Bacon Earth. Can you pretend to be Brian's logic for us so we can pretend to have a flat earther on the...
No.
If you want, you can challenge me on Bacon Earth. 'Cause that has yet to be done.
Have you ever watched the works of the famous American comedian Jim Gaffigan?
Some of his stuff, yes.
Okay. He has extended sequences about bacon that I think you might enjoy. So if you haven't seen his skits about bacon, please do search them out.
Yes, I know the ones you're talking about. Yes, and they are brilliant.
They are brilliant. And I apologize for the implicit suggestion that you might in any way be associated with the flat Earth. We were just promised that there might be a flat earther on the stream.
Yeah,
but none of them actually stepped forward. So we have to live on in disappointment. But Jesus,
I'm a Bacon Earther, and you can't debunk Bacon Earth.
No, I absolutely can't, and I have no interest in doing so. An Earth without bacon is an Earth not worth living in, as far as I'm concerned.
Amen. Yes.
But I do want to say, Blue, thank you for doing that. Oh my God, his inability to assess his own results is absolutely staggering.
Well,
it's the gift will not stop giving.
I just couldn't. I couldn't get over the fact that he's sitting there looking at the two densities. They're staring him in the face, and he still gets it wrong.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
he put some salt in some water, so the egg floated. Okay, so
yep.
I got the density of salt water. The egg must float in it. Well,
yep.
Sorry, but you got the wrong salt water. You needed more salt.
Yep, that's right. So he was using ocean water as though that is as dense as salt water can get. No, it isn't. And in fact,
way away from it. Long way away from it.
That's right. And it's a weird ass mistake for a sort of, I don't know. I use the it's an obscure piece of the mathematics that I do, but I actually do use the density of ocean water and the ratio to fresh water in the mathematical calculations of sea level that I do. And so I have a keen awareness of the range that can take. Ocean water can vary between 1.027 to 1.029 in relation to fresh water. But it seems strange that anybody would enter a scientific examination of what's going on without necessarily understanding that ocean water is not actually what they used in the experiment. He just added salt to a cup of water, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Rumor has it that he's taken that video down.
Yes, that's what I hear.
Yeah. Rumor has it that Riley has removed that video from his playlist. Although I suspect everybody else has already got a copy anyway.
I've got it. I'm going to play it forever.
Yeah, as you should, because
this is an egg.
I will draw a very sharp distinction between Riley on the one hand and Oakley on the other. To me, Oakley is just a liar and a fraud, right? Yep. Riley has an element of intellectual dishonesty, but he is an objective idiot.
Yes.
He is just not that bright, and cannot realize that Oakley is basically using him to make money. And so I draw a distinction. Oakley is a mendacious, contemptible piece of shit, and Riley is just a fool.
Well, Riley was just an accident at birth. That's all.
Yeah. That's true too.
Oakley is truly a self-made man.
Yeah. I think he has seen
He's a
an
performer.
opportunity. Yeah, that's entirely true. Yeah.
I'm going to put out.
His whole thing is he thought he was going to have a TV career, and that all fell through.
Oh, really?
So instead, he performs on the he performed. I'm not
Sorry.
sure of the full facts and history, but certainly what I picked up over the past. Yeah, he thought he was going to be involved in TV somehow.
Okay.
And for whatever reason that didn't happen. And his whole thing is a performance.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's a performance. He's found an audience that likes the way he performs and how he insults people and how he rants and raves, and that's what he does. He's not a flat earther.
No.
No.
One of my subscribers sent me an email, and he's a teacher, and he told me about a problem that he gives his physics students to solve, which I think is absolutely brilliant. And I'm going to put out a video sometime here in the next couple of days as a challenge to Flat Earth. There will be a $1,000 cash prize available to any of them that can provide a solution to the problem. Now, here's the problem. I have a 10 kilogram mass that occupies a volume of 0.006 cubic meters. I'm going to take that mass into a swimming pool. I'm going to take it about halfway down in the deep end of the pool, and I'm going to then release it. I want Flat Earth, using the principles of relative density disequilibrium, to tell me two things. One, which way is the ball going? The mass, it's a sphere, we'll say. Which way will the sphere go when I release it? And at the instant I release it, what will the acceleration be? Now, do that with relative density disequilibrium.
Yep. I mean, that is what I was trying to, and this is why I really esteem you as a science communicator. This is what I was trying to get at earlier in the terms of how they were formulating their problem. They don't clearly know, in Riley's discussion, it's by no means clear what problem is ever being addressed when he throws these numbers around. Are we looking at the relative velocity of a uranium or lead bullet in a human, or a human in a block of uranium or lead? What are we considering here? And you need to have a strict understanding of the physical system you're trying to model and the answer you're trying to achieve. What information are you trying to derive from your input parameters? And I think that the problem you pose is perfectly designed to illustrate that relative density disequilibrium isn't going to give you a meaningful answer.
That's right. And it's a problem that a high school physics student can easily solve. In fact, I can make it easy and say, I'll tell you what, just don't worry about the 9.8 thing. Just call gravity 10 meters per second.
Yep.
Round it off to 10. and you can do the problem in 15 seconds in your head.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, I'd like to see, I want them to show me how you do that using relative density disequilibrium.
Yeah.
None of this gravity shit. Forget about that. It doesn't exist. Okay. You got to use relative density disequilibrium and show me what the acceleration is and which direction it goes.
Yeah. And this is a key problem. You need to, I had a funny experience I was telling everybody else about this morning. I was I was at home because we're in sort of lockdown here, but I was going to be picked up to go out to refill our superconducting gravimeter with liquid helium. And at the same time, Team Skeptic was starting his debate against a flat earther. And so I got to hear her opening statement, which was, gravity doesn't exist. It's all relative density disequilibrium, which kind of invited me to say, well, in which case I can stay home, right? This gravimeter thing is clearly fucking useless because, you say so, apparently. But actually, it turns out that in real science, we dedicate a significant amount of effort to measuring gravity as a function of location and as a function of time.
Yep.
I was actually looking for that stream. I can't see it. When was it on?
It was on, this morning my time, which is Australian time, so that may be yesterday as far as you're concerned.
Yeah.
So late yesterday, I think it's Team Skeptic Flat Earth debate confirmed.
Yeah, it was last night at about 12 o'clock for us, Pep. So, but he may have taken it down to do some editing.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Yeah.
I'll see it later then.
Okay. But regardless, the flat earther eventually did show up, and he did have a debate with her. And as I say, I had to miss the debate because I was out, and we sort of lie a little bit because we call it a pour, pouring liquid helium into the gravimeter, but it's actually vastly more complicated than that because liquid helium is not just something you pour out of a dewar. You need to pump gaseous helium into the dewar to force the liquid helium out through a transfer tube and down into the gravimeter. And you need to do it in such a way that air doesn't sneak in because it will immediately liquefy and form crystals in the instrument that will impede its function.
Yeah, Pip, you might want to reword that. Yeah.
Well, you guys do realize that helium is very precious stuff. I mean, we don't have a lot of it, and
no, we don't.
I don't know how responsible it is of you guys to be running around wasting helium, measuring something that doesn't even exist, Tony.
That's exactly what I said. I submitted a super chat before going. I have to go do this, pour liquid helium into a superconducting gravimeter. You guys have fun, stupid fictional forces.
Just think about it. You could be depriving generations of future children from having fucking helium party balloons.
Yeah, that's right.
This is terrible. All to measure gravity. God.
Yeah, that's right. Though I understand there's a huge helium deposit in northern Africa somewhere. I want to say Nigeria, but perhaps I'm wrong.
I think you're right.
It's owned by a prince.
Sorry?
Is it owned by a prince? And he'll give you part of it. Only you transfer $1,000.
No, it isn't. Sadly, but I seem to recall that there's been a massive helium deposit found in North Africa somewhere. Because I mean, helium is one of the elements that we're running out of, as Blue says, and sort of it's the idea. If we continue on at current trends by 2030 or so, a helium party balloon will be worth about $300. But I think that sort of the find in North Africa has really kind of reversed that trend. Like helium has become substantially cheaper as a result of that.
It has been found in Tasmania. That new deposit.
Really?
Tanzania.
That's what the internet says.
Tanzania. Carl Edwards says the discovery of pockets of helium in the Great Rift Valley region.
Tanzania.
Tanzania was announced. Yeah, Tasmania, slightly different place. I realize for Northern Hemisphere people, not so distinct, but yeah.
Southern Hemisphere doesn't exist.
Doesn't it? I thought it did. Oh, okay.
No, how can you have a hemisphere on a flat Earth? I fucked up the language, so I might as well go full.
That's right.
For the rest of the show.
What did you say?
Just one small problem with your statement. Yes, the Earth's not flat, of course.
Yeah. Well, apart from that,
I realise that's a fly in the ointment for you, but yeah.
That was so. Simon Dan put out a video about sort of Nathan Oakley and friends objecting to the term atmosphere because it assumes a geometry, and they managed to lure the person they were debating with into just using air, which meant that later on in the discussion, when he was trying to draw a distinction between atmospheric pressure and gas pressure, he was unable to because he had agreed to just use gas instead of atmosphere. And
I saw that. Yeah,
which to me just highlights the grotesque intellectual dishonesty of Nathan Oakley. But it also goes to show that you should just insist on using the English language. Atmosphere is the term in the English language for the envelope of gas closest to Earth's surface. So let's use that word.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, we should be specific with that sort of thing, because how many times I wish I had a tenner for every time I heard certain favourite idiots say you can't have gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum.
Exactly.
Yep. The only people who claim that are flat earthers. We don't have gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum. What we have is atmosphere and a gradient. And when that atmosphere and that gradient gets weak enough, oh look, you're in space.
Yeah. Well, I think that to me, it seems like there's almost a null. They're drawing a null distinction. So, their claim is that the container that surrounds the atmosphere is this dome that there's no evidence of. For me, the container that surrounds Earth's atmosphere is the edge of the universe. Now, they would claim that the dome is the edge of the universe. I don't accept their claim. I maintain that the edge of the universe is the edge of the universe. But for all practical purposes, they're basically equivalent. Neither of you cannot claim that me asserting the edge of the universe is the container for the gas in Earth's atmosphere is any less meaningful a statement than the dome is the container for Earth's atmosphere. To me, they're both equivalent. And I don't accept that. Speaking from a mathematical perspective, I kind of regard gas pressure as being well defined whether or not there exists a container. All you need is a notional container. All you need is a notional surface against which gas molecule, across which gas molecules cross. And if you can define such a notional surface, then you can define a gas pressure.
Yep.
Irish Dublin Girl says, is there an edge to the universe?
Yeah.
Yes, there is. Simple answer to that question. But thank you for asking it.
What's over the edge?
Nothing.
It's not a sphere edge, I know that.
It's not a sphere edge, that's true. Yep. But
there be dragons.
There be dragons. Yeah.
Every time I hear Nathan Oakley say that, it's just like fingernails down a blackboard,
Yeah, it
The
really is.
edge. You
And
dumb
this is
spheres do not have edges, you dumbass. Find the edge on a pool.
Yes, they're quite famous for it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Where is the edge?
It's one of the confessions I have to make. I have never listened to a Nathan Oakley live stream because I am physically incapable of it. I think that he would just annoy the shit out of me until I quit within about 3 seconds. He is just a contemptible, loathsome excuse for a human being. And I cannot listen to him talk for any more than a few instants. So those people like Blue and like Simon Dan and Conspiracy Cats and that sort of thing who do listen to him and who do present what he says in a palatable format, thank you. But it's not something I am constitutionally capable of doing.
That's a good question from X Penguin 95.
Is the CMB the space version of an ice wall? Well, you've caught me at an embarrassing dearth of knowledge. Cosmological microwave background? Is that what he's talking about?
Cosmic microwave background, yeah.
Yep. I wouldn't have described it as being the equivalent of an ice wall. No.
No. It's not a container.
No.
No. It's
Everywhere.
not a container.
No.
Any more questions, anybody? These are quite good. Well,
these are quite good.
In the same way that you wouldn't call thunder a container, would you?
No.
No, absolutely not.
Serious question, John Rapp says. I don't want
They're obsessed with that grade school definition of gas pressure. And they remain that way. It's because it suits them.
Or
they like it. There is no container required. What I've asked this question of several of them. I like asking it because they get completely confused. Does a container cause gas pressure?
Yeah, it is the. I mean,
is a container the cause of gas pressure? And invariably, they are completely befuddled by that one.
Yeah,
because clearly the answer is hell no, it's not.
Yep. That's right.
Gas pressure is force per unit area. It is the force of gas molecules bouncing off a surface, whether that's the surface of a container, either the inside of it or the outside of it. That's gas pressure. It is the gas molecules. It is the physical interaction of the gas molecules with any surface, any surface.
Yep. And speaking from a mathematical perspective, it doesn't matter whether or not the surface coincides with a physical object or not. You could construct a mathematical surface and just look at the passage of gas molecules across that notional surface.
Precisely.
Yep. So to me, from a mathematical perspective, I don't actually. A lot of people draw a distinction between atmospheric and gas pressure, but I don't, because I don't see that the existence of a physical container has anything to do with the problem. A notional container, a mathematically defined surface, bounding surface, is all that is required.
Yeah, of course. Atmospheric pressure is gas. It's the pressure of the atmospheric gases. So if you want to call it gas pressure, you can call it gas pressure.
Yep.
The difference is in a pressurized container, you're looking at the kinetic energy of the gas molecules. Right? In the atmosphere, we're not looking at the kinetic energy of the gas molecules. We're looking at the weight of the damn things.
Well, I think we are looking at the kinetic energy of the gas molecules, but there's only one contribution to the kinetic energy of gas molecules in the atmosphere, and that is the weight of everything that's superior. It's the hydrostatic configuration. Whereas in an arbitrary configuration where there may be other contributions to the kinetic energy of the gas molecules, then gas pressure can be distinct. So it's to me, there is no real distinction between the two. The way you measure them is still the same. It's the rate at which and the energy with which they impact a notional surface. And when you introduce any form of measurement instrument into either the atmosphere at large or inside a large container, you can extract point values for the kinetic energy of the gas molecules, or the pressure that they exert against the area of the detector.
Right. You are defining an area. And you are measuring the pressure of the gas against that little area. That's what a pressure sensor of any sort has to do.
That's exactly right. And so the in a large enough container, there is a gradient of pressures. There is a vertical gradient of pressures that is detectable with point detection of gas pressure inside the vessel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I showed that in my infamous pipe demonstration.
Yeah, and that to me, I mean, that to me sort of leapt out as one of the most. You have distilled the essence of their argument down to one instantaneous observation and just shown how nonsensical it is. It was a superb piece of science communication.
It's simple common sense.
Yeah, that's right.
That is all.
Yeah. John Rapp asks, if the universe is expanding outwards, would not the outside of the universe be a perfect vacuum? It doesn't, to me, it doesn't make sense to talk about outside the universe and try and apply physical principles to it. If something is outside of space-time, then it automatically isn't subject to the physical laws that we apply to anything that is within space-time. So Unfortunately, John, I don't think that question necessarily makes sense.
Basically, if there was something outside the universe, then it would be part of the universe, because the
Yeah.
universe is defined as being everything.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's exactly. So the people often, a lot of creationists, for instance, like to talk about what's going on before the Big Bang. Well, you're talking about before there exists time. Without the concept of time, there is no before. So what you're asking is inherently meaningless. The concept of relative temporal existence only becomes meaningful once time has a non-zero value. So this before the existence of the universe argument, to me, it seems physically nonsensical. It doesn't make it's a meaningless question.
So,
But these are interesting questions, I think, that the chat are throwing up. So
Well, let's change to the questions we usually get asked.
yeah.
So, the opinion that the universe is an infinite loop moving between two black holes.
So this is kind of an adaptation of a hypothesis that Stephen Hawking had. In Stephen Hawking's formulation, time is kind of like the surface of a sphere. So you expand in the beginning and then you contract, and then everything collapses at the North Pole, and then it expands again to the South Pole. And so there's no beginning, there's no end. There's just an infinite sequence of expansions and contractions. It would certainly be an elegant solution to what we observe, and I can't really present a counter argument to it. I don't know if anybody else has considered this problem.
No.
No. Okay.
More pressing
Not to worry
things
about
in
things
life
like
to consider.
There are. There are. This is kind of a dividing line between hopelessly impractical academics and people who have a real life.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
If you're someone like Stephen Hawking, who could do nothing but sit there and think,
yeah,
then those sort of questions are appealing to you.
Well, I read his book, and I have to say that there were some bits about it that confused me. I didn't understand why there would be a preference for real matter to be preserved over antimatter, but I understand that that's actually a fundamental question in theoretical physics. But yeah. Again, sort of to tie this back in, Stephen Hawking presented the idea of time as an imaginary concept. Does time create space or space create time? That's a very profound question, Carl Edwards, and I really don't feel qualified to answer it. I suspect that our perception of the dimension that is time might be different from other people in other dimensional frameworks, if that makes any sense. So other people may perceive what we perceive as time to actually be a spatial dimension. That to me is one way that the universe might work. I would not suggest that that is the way the universe works, but it's one way that it might.
I guess you could kind of look at it in a different way and think, well, okay, if you're a two-dimensional being, right, and you've heard of this like X and Y coordinates, and then you've got this mysterious third coordinate, which is the Z coordinate, right? And it's like Carl asking the question, does the X and Y coordinate create the Z coordinate, or does the Z coordinate create the X and Y coordinate?
Yeah,
it's kind of that's silly. When we look at it like that, it sounds silly, doesn't it? You know, we're familiar with in our everyday lives with three dimensions. You know, left, right, forward, backwards, up, down, whatever you like to call it, X, Y, Z.
Yep.
Okay, that makes realistic, sort of everyday, useful sense to us. And we think of that time as a separate sort of thing entirely. But modern physics groups them all in together as a four-dimensional space-time conglomerate. It's not a separate thing. So talking about does one create the other is nonsensical because they're not separate from each other. They're all the one construct. Yeah,
they're all the one construct, and it's interesting to note that even in a practical sense, so GPS, for instance, in order to uniquely solve for your location or for the location of the receiver, you need to be able to see 4 satellites.
Yeah.
3 satellites is not enough because you have to solve for your position in time as well as your position in space.
Yeah.
So in a physical sense, time is a positional dimension. And now Irish Dublin Girl was asking if it makes sense for something to travel faster than light. And under our current understanding, it doesn't. But that's not to say that from the perspective of the person that's traveling, it's impossible. It may be possible for the person traveling faster than the speed of light to do so. From our perspective, from the perspective of somebody who isn't traveling at the speed of light, it isn't possible. And physics has this habit, as long as you can't see both sides of a paradox, the paradox is perfectly okay. It's like the wave particle duality. So a photon is capable of behaving as a wave or as a particle, but it won't behave as both at the same time. So you can be in a situation where for you, it's impossible for anything to travel faster than the speed of light. As long as but for somebody traveling faster than the speed of light, that's okay. As long as you and they don't have to exist in the same moment, that's okay.
There's another situation which maybe is a little more sort of intuitive to understand, and that is that something can move away from you faster than the speed of light, but it's due to not its motion within the space-time continuum, it's due to the actual space-time continuum expanding at a velocity greater than the speed of light. So space-time itself can expand faster than the speed of light. And a good analogy to this might be an ant on a balloon. So that ant has a maximum speed with which it can walk. It can't go any faster than this certain speed, right? That would be the speed of light. And you put that ant on the surface of the balloon and you start blowing up the balloon. Well, if you blow up the balloon fast enough, then no matter how fast that ant walks, if you've got 2 ants, they might be walking towards each other. But if you're blowing up that balloon faster than the ants can walk towards each other, they'll still be moving apart from each other. Okay? So that, in a sense, is how you can get something moving away from you faster than the speed of light. But they can't move within that space-time continuum at a velocity of faster than the speed of light.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
No, that's an excellent observation. Professor Phil Bell says, I would like him to comment on time is the overriding dimension. Other dimensions are layers over time. gosh, Phil, why not just throw a hand grenade in here and invite me to dive on it? I would say that Phil is far more qualified to answer this question than I am. I will remind everybody that I am a geophysicist, and that my understand from a mathematical background, and that therefore my academic qualifications are limited as far as this is concerned. Certainly, from our perception, time is the one dimension that is asymmetric, which is to say that it implies an implicit directionality. If we look at, say, X, Y, and Z, up, down, sideways, and we replace those with any other three opposed axes, then the laws of physics are unchanged. But the relationship between time and entropy, just to pick one example, seems to be fundamental. Time increases in the direction of increasing entropy on the macroscopic scale. So there is, from our perception, as we understand things, time is certainly a fundamentally distinct dimension, and one of fundamental importance. But this is not to say that there are, from the perception, if we posit the existence of other people in four-dimensional space that are related to our universe, there is a possibility that they perceive things differently from the way we perceive things. But from our perspective, time is certainly a fundamental dimension that has a unique directionality about it.
Yeah, and just to throw a spanner in the works there, Tony, have you ever heard of Feynman diagrams?
I have heard of Feynman diagrams, yes.
Yeah, and certain particles are represented in Feynman diagrams by showing them as moving backwards through time.
Yeah, that's right.
It's confusing, yeah.
And there are certainly, even if we look at it from a relativistic point of view, there are if you have a rotating gravitational field, you can put a closed loop in where the person moves forward in times at all times, but ends up back where they started. So you can, with a rotating gravitational field, you can actually end up in an infinite time loop. You can just go backwards and forwards.
Oh, so you're telling me that there's some validity to the notion that if Superman flies around the Earth fast enough, he can go back within time?
I feel like you're misquoting me at this point.
Didn't the Enterprise do that in a Star Trek movie? Sure, the Enterprise did that.
They did a slingshot around the sun to go back in time in Star Trek 4.
Yeah, there was something like that, yeah.
John Rapp asks if he's wrong in remembering that the speed of expansion in the early universe is considered to have exceeded the current speed of light. And I'm going to have to say I haven't heard that. That is an argument I have heard from creationists, however.
No, that's what they call the period of inflation, Tony.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So I have heard creationists try and assert that the speed of light has decreased markedly through time, and that's why the universe is apparently as old as it appears to be.
Yeah, right.
But in order to obtain that result, they've basically ignored a bunch of determinations of the speed of light.
Here's Phil again.
Sorry.
Phil says the other dimensions are not possible without time.
I would suggest that that's true. You cannot. My understanding of physical reality is that without time, the system falls over. You cannot have a well-defined physical system without time. I'd like to invite the other panelists' position on this, but certainly Phil makes a point that I
Time is
regard.
only a man-made construct. It doesn't mean anything.
Phil, if you go into Terry's Discord, you'll get a link to join if you want to come in, Phil.
Oh, God, Bacon, don't invite me to come over there and kick you in the nuts.
I said I was going to be the flirt for the rest of the stream. It's just a man-made construct. It means nothing. It's pointless. You can't manipulate time, so you can't manipulate an independent variable.
Yeah, you can't manipulate the variable, therefore, fuck you.
I mean, something that puzzles a lot of people is like the science says that the age of the universe is about 13.7 billion years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, they also quote that the diameter of the universe is 40-point-something billion light years. Now, you sort of put those two things together and you think, hang on, how can it get that wide if it's only had 13.7 billion years, and if an object can only travel at the speed of light, how can it be more than 26 billion light years across? And that's because of the very fact that space-time can expand at faster than the speed of light. Yeah. And then we have the visible edge of the universe where we can't see beyond. And the reason for that is because everything outside of that edge is expanding faster than the speed of light. So the light that's emitted from those objects will never reach us.
Yep. And I think that it's a testament to to just how profound Einstein's insights into reality were, that it took his analysis to bring this into a realm that was comprehensible to me, as opposed to other human beings who might be significantly brighter than me. But just the idea of our perception being related to the speed of light, our perception of events, whether or not events are simultaneous or whether or not one occurs before the other. Carl Edwards asks, has anyone on the panel heard about the giant wall in space somewhere in the southern part of the galaxy? You're thinking you're well, I will defend Carl here because they're sort of Anton Petrov in What the Math recently did an episode about one of the largest structures ever detected, which does appear in the southern sky, and it is a wall of sort of super galactic structures. I think that's
what he was referring to because you just put a link in.
It's the ultimate ice wall, is it?
So it's kind of it's not in the southern part of the galaxy because obviously, in order to be one of the largest structures we're aware of, it would have to be much larger than a galaxy. But it is an object in the in the sky of the southern hemisphere. It is observable from the southern hemisphere. Wasn't Einstein superseded by quantum eraser Riley Oakley and co?
No.
Simple
answer: no.
Well, for starters, you've misspelled superseded. So
you can actually spell it both ways.
Can you? Okay,
Yeah.
I've
I
only
think
seen
so,
it spelled with the S. Okay, but this is the bewildering thing to me: is that Quantum Eraser and friends. Thank you, Zebulon, for that tremendous insight. about Minecraft chickens.
My assistant's been hitting buttons.
Okay, so Irish Dublin
Yeah.
Girl is starting to ask questions about relativity. If traveling towards the speed of light, everything behind starts to slow down, what happens to the stuff in front? Well, it tends to spread out. As you approach the speed of light, your perception of the stuff in front of you begins to sort of broaden. Everything kind of smears. Your perception, people may want to step in here, but my understanding is that your perception tends to, things that are directly in front of you tend to sort of smear out into a line that sort of subtends an angle that starts to approach 180 degrees as you approach the speed of light. So if you approach the speed of light, you basically lose the ability to perceive what's in front of you.
How do you know that? Have you traveled at the speed of light? No.
No, I haven't.
Just baseless assumptions.
Baseless assumptions. Thank you, Bacon Earth, for bringing me back to Earth. This is based entirely on thought experiments that I am distantly remembering. Blue Marble, please step in and correct me. Because I maybe...
You're doing fine. I'm still stuck on Einstein superseding Newton.
No, being superseded by.
But
yeah.
that means the Newton is no good anymore. We have to use the Albert, I guess. I don't know how to do the conversion between Newtons and Alberts.
Yeah,
and it's even worse. I mean, fig Newtons will dissolve in water. I don't know what an Albert is.
So
very confusing to me.
So one of the things that I have been required to do in my paid job during the day is calculate the orbits of satellites under the influence of non-uniform density distributions on Earth's surface and inside Earth's interior. And for this purpose, we use the Newtonian formula for gravity because it is perfectly accurate. The difference between that and the relativistic version is just so inconsequential as to be below our instrumental resolution. And so, the suggestion that somehow Einstein superseded Newton. I think Blue, you did an article about this. You did a sort of a video. A video about this. Einstein did nothing of the sort. Einstein provided a refinement that applied in certain conditions, and those conditions aren't met on Earth or near Earth in our day-to-day experience.
That's about right. Yep.
That is true. Only on the very, there are just a few very specific things that where relativity begins to have an effect on us on a day-to-day basis, and the only one I can think of really is the time dilation that goes on with the GPS system.
Yep, that's right. So
we don't know. Other than that, we never noticed it.
Yep. I mean, this is the thing. So flat earthers, Riley and Oakley or whatever, are quite keen to bring up Einsteinian gravity, and in order to accept that Einsteinian gravity is a thing, you need to accept the inaccuracy of Newtonian gravity when applied to the orbit of Mercury around the Sun as perceived from Earth as it orbits around the Sun. So if you are accepting the validity of Einsteinian gravitational formulation, then you are accepting that the Earth and Mercury are both planets orbiting around the sun.
Unavoidable.
Yeah.
Phil Bell says that he has been on a bike at 220 kilometers an hour. Phil, I kind of thought that you were a more responsible human being than that, but to see things blur into a dot.
How
but,
fast is that in real money?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see.
220 kilometers. That's only 136 miles an hour.
What was that all?
Yeah. Only 136.
It's only
yes.
100. Yeah. What, you think that's fast?
Yes, I do.
That's nothing. Christ,
Okay.
My car does that. My bike doesn't, because it sort of gets up to about the ton and then starts aerodynamics start taking over. Unfortunately.
Aren't we aging
And the lack
faster
of
than those on
horsepower.
board the ISS? Yes, we are, but unfortunately, they come back to our frame of reference when they descend from the ISS. So
It's
whatever
only a
the
matter
advantage,
of nanoseconds anyway.
yeah. So whatever advantage they have gained, they lose when they come back down. So it's not, sadly, it's not the secret of immortality, John Rapp, but worth trying. It's got to be better than having jade butt plugs shoved up your ass and drinking mercury as the. Well, that was the first emperor of China thought that ingesting jade and mercury and having, when he died, he had every one of his orifices plugged with jade in order to stop that final spark of life escaping him in the hope of achieving immortality. And you got to think that might have been more painful than was worthwhile.
Yeah. Well, I guess he's
Now we're
immortal in a way,
hoping
and
for
that's
another
remembering.
question from the audience to.
Yep.
We weren't expecting jade butt plugs, were we, Were we,
No.
boys and girls?
No.
Okay.
No, we certainly didn't. I'm back to Phil's 220 miles an hour or 220 miles an hour on a bike. My God, Phil. Oh my God.
Phil
I'll tell you
Bell,
what.
I had no idea you were a biker, by the way. Like, you seem like the most cheerful, chipper person. Sorry, Mark.
I really can't match that story, but I can say that I have done 350 kilometers an hour, 10 feet above the surface of a runway a time or two.
Oh,
But
really?
But I really don't have any idea what it looked like. My eyes were closed and I was screaming my brains out.
That's where I would be. That just puts you in the category of sane human beings there, Marvel. Some things, like the inside of a penguin's mouth, are too terrifying for mere mortals to comprehend.
The last time you said it, that freaked me out. Anyone that's not seen inside a penguin's mouth, go Google it.
Yeah,
spooky.
it will keep you awake at night. They look all cute on the outside, but really, do we?
Oh, yes.
Colin is saying we know a flat earther with a butt plug by the side of his bed. I hadn't heard this story,
And
so
a whip on
somebody
it
please.
and a purple toy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And a
Okay.
whip and handcuffs.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Mr.
Oh,
That's
so
Mr. Oakley.
Mr. Oakley.
Mr. Oakley? Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that his sins extended only so far as abusing his offspring. There you go. Did you see Bob the Science Guys? I want to die. John Rapp. Thank you for that. Yes. But Did you see Bob the Science Guy's recent video about Nathan Oakley and his anger management issues?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. Because he went from 0 to like 220 kilometers an hour on a guest on his channel. The weird thing about that is that he seems to believe that trees are the source of gas near Earth's surface.
Yes.
Which is
and that, according to him, is the explanation for the pressure gradient we see.
Yeah.
What the hell makes all the nitrogen?
Yeah. Well, that's another question, but trees convert carbon dioxide, which is a gas, into oxygen, which is another gas. So trees don't create gas.
But no, they don't. Be careful. I got yelled at about that now. So just to be
really? Who by?
Just to be very Quantum Eraser. Just to be very specific, QE. If you're listening, you little son of a bitch. We're not saying that trees break carbon dioxide up into carbon and oxygen. It uses the water. Damn it, we know that.
Yep,
okay,
that's right.
Take 6.
This is called photosynthesis, and there are two brands of photosynthesis. There's C3 photosynthesis or C4 photosynthesis. They work slightly differently, and they take carbon dioxide and water in different proportions and produce sucrose and oxygen.
Right.
The release of the oxygen from the trees is the reason why relative density hasn't organized the atmosphere into layers.
Bacon, you are a source of profound knowledge for me, stuff that I had just previously been completely ignorant of. And your accent helps, I have to say. Like, I can easily imagine that Brian's logic is here, just throwing knowledge bombs at me. Stuff that I had previously not suspected being true.
I'm serious that when I asked them why the atmosphere hadn't organized into its layers, that was their answer.
Right, okay.
In order for that to be the explanation for the pressure gradient that we see, I should imagine that we would have near supersonic winds blowing vertically in order for that to happen.
Yeah, well, their entire, the idea that a gas will expand outwards, gas molecules can only move a distance in proportion to the energy that they have and the forces they are subject to. And that seems to be the element to me that is missing from their analysis. There's a downward acting force that applies to all gas molecules near Earth's surface.
The Quantum Eraser doesn't think so. He thinks that gases have no weight.
Well, the truth of the matter is, I mean, if you take away gravity, the gas doesn't have any direction. It's every direction, which is no direction.
Yeah.
Equally.
Well,
and the other thing that these idiots miss is they act like a single gas molecule can go whizzing off, for hundreds of miles. Good God, it only goes nanometers.
Yep. And that's
the mean free path is very, 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 very short.
Yeah, and that is precisely the constraint is how far can individual gas molecules move given their initial conditions and the forces applied to them. That's the question that needs to be answered. And in response to your observation about Quantum Eraser, Quantum Eraser is someone whose opinion I esteem about as highly as a piece of secondhand toilet paper. And this is this is a broader principle. Like Anthony Riley tried to engage me via email in conversation. He tried to engage me in conversation via my YouTube channel, and he just doesn't seem to understand he's not worth talking to. He's got a narrative. He's going to stick to that narrative. Okay, I know what that narrative is. Talking to him isn't going to change his mind. He is an irrelevance as far as the rest of humanity is concerned. He is sort of a postulant excrescence that we are better off ignoring.
Well, their so-called knowledge will be never anything more than videos on YouTube. That's the extent of what it will ever only be.
Yeah. Sorry, Pip. I missed the question from Irish Dublin Girl. As light from a star spreads out and weakens, do gaps form between the photons? Yes, Irish Dublin Girl. That's called the inverse square law of light intensity. So each star out there is approximately as bright as our own sun is, but because they're so far away, the flux of photons has spread out so far that we only see those tiny little pinpricks of light in the night sky. And that is precisely because, as you say, the photons have spread out so much over that area. And so the surface, the flux of photons is a constant value, but as you expand the radius of that sphere, it degrades with the square of the distance traveled. So it's called the inverse square law in regard to light intensity. It's why stars that are very much brighter than our sun appear to be so dim in the night sky, is precisely because photons spread out in the way you suggest they do. Sorry to interrupt the conversation. I just wanted to respond to that question.
No, you're fine. Carry on. There's another one.
I heard a question, does light travel forever? And the answer was yes. I guess that means that as long as light exists, the universe will be expanding since light would cause the expansion. Would somebody else like to answer that question, or do you?
Yeah, no, light doesn't cause the expansion of the universe. We don't know as yet what's causing the expansion of the universe. That's one of the big questions in science at the moment. Literally, what is making the universe expand?
Mm-hmm. That's a fundamental question. Also, light doesn't travel forever. And I remember as a Boy Scout shining my torch into the night sky and thinking, so would somebody, on a distant star be able to see my torchlight when I shine it into the night sky like that? And the answer is no, because light gets absorbed and reflected by material in the space between its point of origin and as you move an increasing distance out, the number of particles that can absorb or reflect or scatter it increases. So it's only really, really bright sources of light that are really perceptible at extreme distance. But even then, stars or supernova or whatever can be obscured if there is enough dust or enough other opaque material between you and the source of the light. So light doesn't travel on forever. It attenuates with the opacity of the space in.
Well, that's why we have such a hard time seeing our own damn solar system.
Yeah.
Our own galaxy.
But light attenuation is the reason why we can't see the sun as well.
We can't see the sun. Okay.
Yeah, over the flat plane, it's because light attenuation in the atmosphere.
It's
Thank
always-
you, Bob. You carry on.
It's always a pleasure having Bacon Earth bring the flat Earth perspective to us. So you provide.
Contrary to popular flat Earth belief, though, the sunlight doesn't just get tired and say, "Oh, the hell with it! I'm not going to go any further."
Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't really work that way.
Yeah. Steaming Cup of Reason says that the most annoying claim and misunderstood concept that Oakley spews is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, and it's true. And I asked Blue this question early on in my foray into sort of the flat Earth wilderness. For me, it boils down to a gas molecule at Earth's surface has finite energy. Therefore, there's a finite distance it can travel vertically against a downward acting force. And that's the end of the argument. Entropy is not a source of infinite energy that will give that will allow a gas molecule to travel an infinite distance in an arbitrary direction. Conservation of energy is the primary natural law that everything needs to obey, and even entropy is subject to it. But
Oakley would do well to study a book like that.
He would.
No, they claimed yesterday that thermodynamics wasn't science. Therefore, if thermodynamics is not science, there is no violation of the second law.
Oh, really? Because they constantly. Please expand, Bacon.
One of the claims they made was that thermodynamics was not science. And therefore, if thermodynamics is not science, how can they say that there is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics?
Describe. Can you be slightly more specific about they? Who is they in this context?
Oakley, QE, and that lot.
Oh, really?
Oh, my God.
Jesus. Okay. But yeah, it's just a law that they've heard about, that that they clearly don't understand on even a fundamental level. A gas molecule can only move subject to the forces that are applied to it. They get round this by saying gases will expand outwards indefinitely. No, they won't. They can only move as far as they have energy to do so against the contrary forces that are applied to them. To me, a lot of what they do, when you say, for instance, that an object near Earth's surface accelerates downwards at 9.8 or approximately 9.8 meters per second squared, they will say, what about a helium balloon? Well, a helium balloon is subject to gravitational force. It's just got other forces that are applied to it that are bigger than the gravitational force. It's not that the gravitational force no longer exists. It's just that other forces are bigger than the gravitational force for that balloon. They get it. They try and say that just because something moves upwards, therefore there's no downward force. It's nonsense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Every object in reality is subject to multiple forces at any point in time.
Yeah, just getting back to that entropy thing too. I mean, you can see entropy as the number of microstates available in a system. Well, if you've got an external force acting, that's going to put a limit on the number of microstates that you have available to you in that system. And that's the thing. That's why they so desperately want to get rid of gravity, because it basically spoils all their explanations.
I've never really understood it, because basically all you need is an infinitely strong disk. to sort of get around. The constant argument is that gravity would, under the force of gravity, a disk would turn into a ball.
Yeah.
Well, all you need is an infinitely strong disk, or a disk whose viscosity was whose material strength was high enough, and that wouldn't happen. But rather than go that route, they go the absolutely counterintuitive route and just suggest that gravity just doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And like I say, I was refilling the liquid helium on a superconducting gravimeter today. Gravity exists, and there are so many. There are actually quite a number of practical examples that demonstrate that mass attracts mass. It's just not open to debate.
Cavendish isn't an experiment.
Well, even without Cavendish, gravimetric mineral exploration, so using gravimetric observations of using variations in gravitational acceleration, we can determine the location of subsurface mass density anomalies, and we can determine where there are likely to be mineral ore deposits. Mineral companies invest quite a substantial amount of money in this technology to determine where to dig and where to drill. So even if I don't need Cavendish, I just need the fact that mineral companies actually make money by applying this technology. Therefore, mass attracts mass. On a similar basis, the US military has developed techniques for their submarines. Their submarines can detect underwater mountain ranges or underwater canyons or underwater obstructions by having a look at the gravity gradient. Because rock is denser than water, they can detect when they're approaching rock. And they use this technology to make sure that they don't crash submarines into uncharted or poorly charted obstructions underwater. Because, and this is not so widely known, but when you look at a map of the ocean bathymetry, actually that's more than likely a gravitational map. It's been prepared by sailing a gravimeter across the ocean, and where there's a higher gravity, there's probably an underwater mountain range underneath you. Where there's a lower gravity, there's probably a trench underneath you. And that's how the majority of Earth's ocean floor has been mapped. So when you look at those maps of Earth's ocean floor, that's how they've been prepared, is by having a look at the at Earth's gravity field and relating that to the density of the material in the plane between 0 and say 12 kilometers.
No, they map the oceans by strapping GoPros to dolphins.
Prove
me wrong.
So citation needed. Bacon, thank you so much. Oh dear, oh dear.
The US Navy have used dolphins for many things, but not that, I don't think.
Yeah. And I think we're up to something like 20% of Earth's oceans have been mapped using sonar or something like that, but it's still a relatively small proportion. Most of it is being gravitationally mapped. But what it means is that
measure 20%. How do you know where all the land masses are if you've only measured 20% of it?
Good question. I'm going to assume, you're going to have to take that up with the people who did the mapping. But what it means for the people in the submarines is that they can't rely on the maps they have of the ocean floor being particularly accurate. So they can't rely on the gravimetric results having the resolution they need to chart a course that is safe for the craft that they're in, which is why the US military went to these gravity gradient techniques for safely navigating their submarines. And of course, they could have done it with using sonar detection of mountains or whatever, but that would be an active detective. That would be an active technique, which would make them stand out like dog's bollocks as far as opposition. Yep.
Yeah, you may as well just raise your hand and say, "Yeah, here I am." Okay.
Yep. Exactly. So they strongly preferred. Yeah, they strongly preferred a passive technique, so they went for gravity gradients. I mean, these are two very specific fields, but nonetheless, they're important ones, and they have real-world consequences. Sort of flat earthers just they're completely ignorant of them, which is understandable. Most people don't know that this sort of stuff is going on. But once they hear about them, they just sort of hand wave them away like this doesn't make any difference to our perception. And that's the bit that I don't understand.
Of course, a lot of that only really applies in the relative sort of shallow parts of the oceans, doesn't it? When I say shallow, I'm talking sort of 1,000 to 1,500 feet ish.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, they're worried about underwater sort of obstructions and what have you. But of course, when you get out into right out into the ocean, you're clear for thousands and thousands of feet. The only thing you're going to hit is another submarine. Yeah,
unless you're right near the ocean floor, then you don't have much to worry about.
They can't go that deep, can they?
Yes, they can. So a lot of their, they can go. I think several kilometers deep. I wouldn't want to be. I wouldn't want to be quoted on that because I'm not an expert, but I think that they could go several kilometers deep.
No, they can't.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think.
All right.
I think in the range of 1,500 or 1,800 feet, something like that.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. They can't, it's very difficult to go much deeper than that with a big submarine. That's why only the little research vessels can go smaller.
Right.
They of course don't tell you exactly what they can do.
Oh, good God, no.
No. So we've had two questions in the chat. What would happen if you drove close to the speed of light and then turned your headlights on? I'm going to throw that over to the panel because that's pretty much a textbook case of relativity.
So look at me.
Yeah. Okay. So let me step in then. So Maxwell's equations. Maxwell's equations operate under the suggest that there is no such thing as a preferred frame of reference. So if you turn on your headlights, the light propagating from your car travels at the speed of light. It doesn't travel at your speed plus the speed of light. It just propagates at the speed of light.
It's the speed of right. Correct.
Yeah.
That's you don't get to. It's not additive.
Yep. It's not additive. So
The speed of
we
light
are.
is the same in all reference frames.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we are used to things like artillery shells. If you're going at a high speed and you fire an artillery shell forward, the artillery shell starts with your velocity and goes forward with an additional velocity relative to you. Light doesn't obey that same consequence. It just travels at the speed of light, regardless of your velocity.
Yeah, there's no conservation of momentum involved here.
Yes. So, John Rapp. So now that we're so far into the theory of relativity and the outward traveling speed of the universe, are we there yet?
No.
Not yet. I gave you an iPad to distract you for the duration of the. So, shut up and drink your juice, John.
Yeah.
My two stepsons were the best for long journeys. You put them in the back of a car and they just fell asleep.
Okay.
Even when they were teenagers, they just fell asleep.
I was terrible as a child. So every time we went on school holidays, my grandparents, we grew up in on the central coast of New South Wales, and my grandparents lived sort of in the southern highlands of New South Wales, and the journey took 8 hours, and I had terrible motion sickness, which meant that after the first couple of times, because I was routinely car sick, every school holiday started with me getting a thumping great injection of I don't know what, but it was designed to stop me from getting car sick. That was how every school holiday started. Because my dad was a doctor, so we'd stop by his surgery and he'd just inject me with stuff to make me not so car sick.
Oh, Dora, no. We didn't have to drug them at all. There's nothing in their drinks. My two stepsons were absolutely brilliant. We used to go up to the Lake District a lot. Now, for us in the UK, from where I am in Silverstone up to the Lake District could be anywhere from a 4 to 6 hour drive, depending on the M6. And literally within 20 minutes of going down the road, they would fall asleep. The problem was that at the time, my navigator, my now ex-wife, she'd quite often fall asleep too. So there'd be 4 people in the car. One would be awake and driving. And sometimes I'd have to give her a nudge and say, navigator, can you do your job, please?
Right.
But they would sleep for hours and hours, and they'd just get so bored that they'd just doze off. And they could sleep all the way, 4, 6 hours, quite easily. Even when they were sort of stroppy teenagers, they'd do exactly the same thing. They'd nod off,
do that,
and it was like, oh, this is brilliant.
I'm going to call out Dora. I'm going to call out Dora right here because she is the person, from my perspective, who started it all. Dora apparently saw me in some stream. I'm not sure what. I think it was one of Team Skeptic's debates. And she thought I was Daniel Pratt. And this is a... Well, to be fair to her,
she did apologize.
Ah!
Oh my God!
Who do I remind you of now?
Screen grab, quick!
Yeah, it's a good one.
But it has taken root in the internet. In the interwebs, and yes, and there has been substantial. It has gained substantial traction, and I blame her. Nobody would have put 2 and 2 together about me and my secret identity, or my close personal relationship with my water heater, except for Dora.
Oh dear, Dora, you've got a lot to answer for.
Well, that does make me feel a little bit better that when I speak, I don't sound like Daniel Pratt. But that's kind of faint praise.
Yeah. It's not quite enough to overcome the comparison in the first place.
I thought you were an ignorant, stupid dickhead, but then, I paused for 30 seconds, and perhaps you aren't. I don't know. But I'll forgive you, Dora, because I'm a big person that way.
We may have a
Give
question.
me 5 minutes, Pep. I'm just working on something.
That's fine.
Hopefully it's more flat earth knowledge bombs.
Rachel will have a question, a mind bender, that's loosely related to the Infinity we were discussing earlier.
Okay.
We're just waiting for him to ask it.
Excuse me.
You're excused. I had a question I was going to ask. I lost it.
Well, I don't recall a lot about vacations, the trips anyway, on vacation when I was a child.
Oh, really?
Because generally I was bound, gagged, and placed in the trunk. Primarily to stop me from asking, "Are we there yet?" every year.
So you and John Rapp are kind of comrade spirits in.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty much. We have discovered, John, that no matter where we go, there we are.
Yep.
Oh yes. I just had a quick look at submarines.
Yep.
The primary frontline submarine in the U.S. Navy was the Los Angeles class. That's the one you see in the Hunt for Red October. That had a dive depth of 650 feet.
That surprises me.
Yeah. Well, at the time, the Russians brought out what we called the Akula class of submarine, and it was made of titanium, and it could dive to 2,000 feet. Now, that really scared the US Navy. They now have the Seawolf, which uses a slightly stronger steel, and it now has an unofficial dive depth of 2,000 feet.
Okay. So,
and they're saying that the crush depth is estimated to be anywhere between 2,400 to 3,000 feet. So, yes, they've come on a long way since the Second World War, but not as far as you'd think.
Yeah, okay. So, thank you. So this is what I lack. So I believe I stated over and over again is, I'm a mathematician who has become a geophysicist. I am not overburdened with a technical understanding of a great deal of a physical reality, as it might be termed. So thank you for clarifying for me.
I've always been interested in all things military. Anything aircraft, tanks, submarines, the whole kit and caboodle. So things like the development of submarines. I mean, back in the Second World War, they generally went to about 200 to 250 feet. In fact, some submarines were longer than their crush depth.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes. Some of the big, they tried to come up with sort of cruise submarines that they thought could sort of slug it out on the surface, and they were so big that they were longer than their crush depth. So if they actually started to sink and went vertical, if they got all the weight in the tail or something, they would actually reach crush depth before they were completely submerged.
I note the question in the scroll. Would you rather 1 be trapped in space or 2 at the bottom of the ocean? I'm going to go for 1 because the view would be better.
This is true. This is true. If you're at the bottom of the ocean, you ain't seeing dick. There's no light.
Just think about the pressures involved, though. I mean, even at 2,000 feet, you're looking at something like 1,000 pounds per square inch.
Yeah.
Pressure is enormous.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. There is. I saw a documentary or something about submarines, and they'd got a washing line up in one of the rooms out the back of the engine room, and it was a taut washing line, and as the submarine went deeper, the washing line started to bow because everything was compressing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scary. Yeah, and then obviously as they start to rise and everything starts to expand again, the line went tighter as everything stretched back out.
Yep, Phil's gone. There's a question there.
1,000 psi is an enormous pressure.
Yes.
For a vessel like this, especially something that size.
Yep.
Think how many square inches there are involved on the hull of a submarine. Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unimaginable.
That's why if they fail at that depth, it's usually all over pretty quickly, isn't it?
Oh, pretty much instantaneously.
Yeah.
John Rapp says Simon Dan just posted physics for all 6, conservation of energy. And
yeah, and
I don't watch them.
oh yes, he's doing that little series, isn't he? Physics for all. Yeah, I've watched 1 or 2 of them.
And he says it's. I'll find it. Damn. The question is not mathematical in nature, but philosophical, as in math, an infinite number of lines would fill the space. Just a new thought of mine today.
No, I don't have those sort of thoughts.
No.
I must be doing something wrong.
Yeah, that gets into some interesting areas there. Philosophical nature. Yeah.
Yeah. So
which infinity are you talking about?
Yeah, this is an interesting question, and I'm kind of inclined to revert to my instinctive response, which is string theory is garbage. So
there you go. That's philosophical.
Well, one of the principal arguments of string theory is that the sum of 1 over n equals a 12th or something, or maybe it's -1 to the n over n is equal to a 12th or something. There's some infinite sum that they argue is equal to a 12th. Absolutely untrue.
Yeah.
Mathematically, it's a nonsense. And you can make that. The way they achieve that result is under the assumption that the series has a finite sum to begin with, which it clearly does not.
Yeah.
And so if you're basing your number of dimensions on a logical falsehood, then I'm afraid you've lost me. I don't regard string theory as having any logical validity whatsoever.
You said it isn't string theory. Don't forget I used the word string.
Okay.
I'm lining up the Simon Dan thing for you all. Move it to a new window. It's all very technical, this.
It is all very technical, and your mastery of it is enviable.
It's the program. This program is so easy to use.
Okay.
Share audio, share Chrome tab, physics for all. There we go.
Well, I was prepared to be impressed by you, Pip, but you just sort of blew that off, so now I'm not.
Yeah, you just gave your secret away. Yeah.
Okay.
So we spent quite a lot of time in the last few videos talking about different energy stores and how energy is only ever transferred. Now, if I haven't banged on enough about how energy is only transferred, then here's a bit more for you. Today, we're going to look at the conservation of energy, exactly what it is and how it works. Welcome everyone, and thanks again for joining me again for some more physics. So the conservation of energy in physics is a really, really important principle, and I cannot stress enough how much that fact is and how much you need to remember it. The proper definition for the conservation of energy is that energy can be transferred usefully, dissipated or stored, but it cannot be created or destroyed. Now, obviously, when energy is transferred between different energy stores, not all of that energy is transferred usefully. Some energy is dissipated when an energy transfer takes place, and that's often referred to as wasted energy. It's not useful, or the store that the energy dissipated into is not required or not needed. So we're going to have a look at a couple of examples to show you exactly what I mean by that. So a TV is a system. When you use this TV, energy is transferred from the electrical energy store of the main socket in your home. But some of this energy is dissipated in this transfer to the thermal energy store of the TV. You often touch the screen or the back of the TV and you will feel that it's warm. The sound and the light are obviously useful because we need those in order to watch the TV. But the warmth we're feeling or the thermal energy is not required, therefore is wasted. And you can figure out the wasted energy for a variety of systems. Another one, for example, is a food processor. It makes a noise. That noise is not useful energy. But we can also talk about energy transfers for closed systems as well. Let me explain. If you put a cold spoon into a thermos flask of hot soup and then seal it up, you essentially have a closed system. Energy is transferred from the thermal energy store of the soup, which is useful because we like our soup hot, to the thermal energy store of the spoon. Now, that's not useful, is it? We don't want a hot spoon. This will cause the soup to cool down slightly as some of that thermal energy has been transferred to the spoon. It's a closed system because an energy transfer has taken place, but no energy has left the system. The net change in energy is zero. So there we go. We're not quite done with energy transfers just yet, but I think you're probably starting to get the picture. As long as you remember that energy can never be created or destroyed, only transferred, then you'll be fine. Thanks very much for watching. Have a great day. Next time we'll be looking at power. See you then.
That's so. I just want to say that sort of I consider Blue Marble Science, Conspiracy Cats, and Simon Dan to be really effective communicators of scientific principles. For different reasons, they all have different attributes. Thank you very much for throwing that up.
That is scarily like him, though.
It is scarily alike. And I blame you, Dora. You. Nobody would have spotted it otherwise. But it's absolutely
yeah, but we now have
true.
Daniel Pratt. But now all we have to do is change the audio a little, and we have Daniel Pratt saying how good these people are.
Yeah. So it's you know but I kind of think that actually even Dan is starting at a bit too high a level to actually remediate the misunderstanding that flat earthers have. So as fundamental as conservation of energy is, I was in a discussion with Spurs Chemo just a couple of weeks ago, and he didn't know what acceleration was. And you're just thinking, like, how is it? So in order to get to acceleration, all we need is position and then velocity. The change in position or the displacement between two points in time, and then velocity, and then once we've got velocity, we've gotten to acceleration. But this kind of precedes conservation of energy. Flat earthers have a fundamental misunderstanding of physics. They don't understand what the distinction between acceleration or velocity is, and they're making pronouncements about force. How can you make a pronouncement about force if you don't know what an acceleration is? I don't know.
Remember, Spurs was the one that thought the A in F equals MA was area.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Yeah. That hurt. Note to anybody else out there: if you're going to face palm, make sure you take your glasses off first.
Yeah, that's a good plan. That way, you will look more like Daniel Pratt. So, anyway.
Oh, dear.
It's one of those unfortunate genetic realities that I am destined to have to live with. But let's carry on.
Yeah.
Well,
I just put a comment in Dan's comment there just to make sure I don't get a copyright strike because I used it.
Okay.
You'll have no idea who I am. Oops.
Okay,
But I mean,
Heat Shield has modified his question now, Tom.
Okay.
And we're no longer talking about strings; we're talking about shoelaces.
Okay.
So,
the shoelace theory.
Infinitely long, one-dimensional shoelaces.
Yep.
Would they
To a single point
converge enough to allow space between them? No, you would run out of shoelaces first.
Okay. Well, again, it depends on the. So it depends. Blue, you alluded to this question previously. In which infinity are we using? And this is perhaps a bit of an eye-opener to the non-mathematical types, but there are actually different infinities. There's the countable infinity, which is the number of integers, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, blah blah blah, and then there's the number of real numbers greater than 0, and they're not the same number. So if you're using the real number, and now I'm not so sure that it matters, you wouldn't end up with a measurable angular distance between the shoelaces, even if you were only using countable infinity. Heat Shield agrees that there are different infinities, but yeah. So I don't think you would end up with it. So even if you do sort of a Cantor style, I'm throwing in mathematical jargon there, but Eddie Cantor was a mathematician who sort of messed around with this sort of. Sorry?
He went mad thinking about infinity.
Yeah, he did a lot of developments of sets that explored, the Cantor sets that explored this sort of relationship between infinity and measurability. So you're kind of getting to. There's a mathematical field of study called real analysis, which is based all around the discrimination between different ways of integrating and measuring the size of sets. But I don't think so. If you're so it depends on how you define the distance. If you only have a countable number of shoestrings, then no, their measure is 0. If you have an uncountable number of shoestrings, then there's no angle between them. That's how it breaks down in mathematical terms. And I apologize to everybody else for having to listen to me geek out in terms of mathematics.
Sometime watch a video by Vsauce.
Yeah.
About counting past infinity. I just put a link to it in the chat here.
Yeah.
Actually, I can put that out here. This is fascinating. It really is.
So basically, it boils. Sorry, Blue. Why don't you continue? Because I talk a lot.
It will teach you. I mean, if you watch that video, you'll come away with the thought that you should never ever trust infinity.
Yeah, it's the
and depending on your age, never trust a fart either. But
yeah, so there's a fundamental difference between countable infinity and uncountable infinity, and never the twain shall meet. They're called LF0 and LF1, and there are actually LFs greater than that.
Yeah.
Tony, that brings up the question, what happens at the naught? Infinite density must be mathematically possible if there's never divergence enough to allow space between some.
Yeah, you've gone to the you have leapt to some extent between your physical analogy, which was shoestrings, and the concept of density. Yes, if you define the density in the appropriate fashion, then density is going to approach infinity at the origin, which is going to create a singularity. Does an atom have a color? No. That's a much easier question. Thank you, Irish Dublin girl.
Although she got color wrong.
I don't think she did.
Well, she's Irish. I know she's been she's been over there for a while, but for goodness sake.
But yeah, so density is density. You need to define a mass or a central unit, and then you need to define a volume. As you shrink your sample down towards a point, the question is, does that division converge to a finite number or an infinite number? In the particular case that you've constructed, no, that convergence does not occur. But in general, that convergence does occur, and density is finite.
Oh, I know the answer to this. Well, I lost everything. There we go.
It's an aglet.
Try again, John.
Yep.
We knew that one. Okay, I'm going to ask the question again.
And do you know why I know the answer to that question? That's a more interesting question. What television series did I watch as a child that equipped me with that answer?
Watched as a child. Don't know.
I'll give you a hint. It starred Don Adams.
Oof.
The hell is Don Adams?
I don't know.
I'll give you time to Google him because he's only famous for one television series.
Get Smart.
Get Smart.
That would be Get Smart, indeed. Yes, there's an episode of Get Smart where a character appears who is an aglet maker, and one of the characters goes, he had to take off his shoes to explain what his job was. Anyway, that's how I know what an aglet is.
Fair enough.
But that doesn't explain how Pip knows the answer to that question.
Because I do a lot of quizzes.
Okay, because you do a lot of quizzes.
This is true.
It's a normal quiz question.
It's a normal quiz question. Okay.
Okay, I'm putting this in as a banner. Would you rather have fingers as long as your arms or arms as long as your fingers?
Oh God!
I'm
going to go with option A, though neither is particularly appealing.
It'd be better just reading them out, I think. Would you rather poo yourself every time someone says your name, or wet yourself every time you cough?
Option B.
That's about as scientific as I get. There you go. Oh, thank you, John Rapp, again. It's official. Tony is a smarty pants. Get on you, mate.
So an encyclopedic understanding of Get Smart qualifies me as a smarty pants. Okay. Well,
so okay.
There you go. That shows what the rest of you should be doing now. You should be watching episodes of Get Smart.
Get Smart.
I'll stick to Monty Python, thank you.
Well, I think that's a poor choice because I think that Get Smart is consistently funnier than Monty Python.
Ooh.
No, yeah, I'll grant you that. Some of the Monty Python stuff in the series, because it was so experimental, some of it was very funny and some of it was just, well, crap.
The deja vu skit was just annoying. It was just It was just completely annoying. It wasn't funny in the slightest. Would a beaver date a what?
Roadrunner.
A roadrunner. I would think that would depend on the personality of the roadrunner, to be honest. But, I'm prepared to be shown wrong on this. If everybody caught the question in the chat.
Carl says, are we quizzing?
That is a very strange question.
It is a very strange question, but I think we need to answer every question on its merits.
There you go.
There we go, Carlos. With are we quizzing? That's ultimately up to Pip. I have no control here, people.
Give me a few minutes. I'll look for
This
one.
is true.
You want one? A science quiz, yeah?
A science quiz. Well, okay. I'm prepared to come last on a science quiz. Why not?
Doesn't have to be. We could have normal if you want.
When are we going to get? When are we going to get to the history questions?
History
well,
questions.
Okay.
My strong point.
That's easy sorted. Hang on, I'll grab the book. That's trivia question.
Though I have to concede that it's medieval history, medieval and sort of archaeological questions, almost prehistory.
All right.
Okay, I am back. Same rules as usual. We type in the private chat, which should be along the. I don't know where it is on your end.
Okay.
I don't need to move the side chat over there. Pin it because I'll just not one. Okay, we want to do history. That with the yellow ones. That's far too easy.
Yeah, we haven't done any history, have we?
No.
That's it. Leave out the easy ones.
Well,
I know the answer to that. It was a week last Tuesday. There you go.
Who was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth? Oh, come on.
Abraham Lincoln.
There you
Everybody
go.
knows that.
Far too
Yeah.
easy.
That. Yes, you're right. That was far too easy.
Okay. Right, here we go then. Who exclaimed after being shot? Why did they do it?
Who
Ooh, I've not heard that one.
exclaimed?
After being shot, why did they do it?
It's not the first thing I'd exclaim.
No. I'm going to go rest of Carl's comment.
Well,
Well, yeah.
nice generic answer, Bacon. I like the way you think.
Yes, Mario, type the answers in there. Nobody's got it in here.
Nobody's got it in here. Okay. Blue, save us. You've got to restore our dignity by getting it correctly.
Okay, Kubitek, I'm going to give it to you because that is the initials. Pope John Paul II.
Oh, really?
Oh, I
Okay.
forgot about him. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they had to pop it in, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
What African leader was originally known as Rastafari?
What?
Known as what?
Rastafari.
Rastafari.
I believe he was Ethiopian.
Oh dear. Maybe we should have gone with science after all.
Yellow? No.
This isn't the sort of history I know.
No, not Idi Amin. Yep, Tony. Spelling's atrocious, but yes.
Well, you gave it
How
away
much
with
am I like?
Ethiopian, if I'm being honest,
Yep.
though.
Fred Bailey, you can have it. Spelling's really bad, but yes. Haile Selassie. No, that's British.
My live chat is lagging something rotten.
What is woman climber Junko Tabai's claim to fame? Woman climber Junko Tabai. Yep. Let's do some serious questions, why don't we? Where is the Ark of the Covenant? Yes,
Ethiopia. Ethiopia.
It's in the hands of top men.
Ethiopia.
Tony's correct, and John Rapp, first woman to climb Everest. Who was known as the Mad Monk? Tori says it's in storage.
Yeah, being looked at by Top.
As always, your input is insightful and illuminating.
Yeah, I still going
Yes.
in this chat. We're putting ours in the inside chats because we'll hear it first. Chipmunk, no. Yes, I reckon.
And who famously played this character in a film?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, Kubitek got it. Rasputin.
It feeds back into an earlier portion of this conversation.
Huh.
Tom Baker.
Oh, really? Did he?
Did he really?
Yes, he did.
Oh.
Whatever that was in, I've not seen it.
No, I've not.
Okay.
Yep, Rasputin, Tony in here and Kubitek out there. What was Dillinger Gang member George Nelson's nickname?
Oh. See, I've seen our brother wear out thou, and they make fun of it.
What a film that is! What an excellent film that is!
It is an excellent film.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Farmer's Boy. That's
I mean, there's so many. Yeah, the song that they do, but it's the Ku Klux Klan. It's the one who's only got one eye, so he's only got one hole cut out of his mask.
Yep, that's right. So it's just
absolutely brilliant. Oh dear.
This is a quiz backward, Dennis. Yep, no name. And Farmer's Boy, Babyface Nelson.
Babyface Nelson.
Yep.
What did James I do to a loin of beef to make it a sirloin?
I think Farmer's Boy and I are clearly thinking along the same lines. That's for certain.
Well, it's the obvious answer, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is the obvious answer, but whether or not it has any relationship to reality is open to question. Because I can't claim that I know this.
It's sirloin, so indeed he knighted it. Well done.
There you go.
John Rapp out there and Farmer's Boy in here. What country's entire... Oh, carry on.
No, go for it.
What country's entire population was condemned to death by the Spanish Inquisition?
Mm.
We have... Oh, yeah, we do. Someone out there should know that. We have someone from that country out there.
Oh, do we?
Really?
Yes, we do.
Don't anybody say nobody expects a Spanish Inquisition. Because they used to give a month's notice.
Interestingly, the sort of one of the leading theoreticians of the Spanish Inquisition was actually quite rationalist in his outlook. And it seems weird to me that in retrospect, the Spanish Inquisition is held up as the archetype of how bad the Inquisition could be.
My Irish Dublin girl wrote something in Gaelic, and it's got Ireland in it, but no, it's not Ireland. I have no idea what the rest of it says. Oh well, nobody else guessed out there. Which fountain? It was the Netherlands.
Netherlands. Oh, okay. There you go.
That's where our Dora's from.
Okay.
Of course, yes.
Who was Hitler's Minister of Enlightenment and Propaganda?
Well, he's famous for his anatomical peculiarity.
Do 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 do. Fred Bailey, PhD Tony, Goebbels. Gorbals, everyone.
Aye.
Oh.
Blue, I have to say that you misspelt it.
Gerbils.
That's quite
It
good,
makes it sound like he's a hamster, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looked like a hamster. Come on.
He did look like a hamster.
Who singed the King of Spain's beard?
Who singed the King of Spain's beard?
Oh, I used to know this and I've forgotten. Fuck's sake. And just as a side, I believe Goebbels was the one who had his entire family in Hitler's bunker, and just before Hitler killed himself, or just after Hitler killed himself, him and his wife killed their children and then shot each other.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Kids.
If you watch the film Downfall, which is it's an excellent film about the last couple of weeks of Hitler in his bunker, you'll see that they had something like 4 or 5 children, and they brought their children into the bunker, and they couldn't bear the thought of living without Hitler and without the Third Reich. And yes, they poisoned their children and then went outside and shot themselves.
Oh dear.
Or he shot her and then shot himself.
That is to me that suggests the importance of sort of being grounded in reality, and B, the extent to which mental ill health can be destructive.
Yep.
Okay, I'm giving the point to Fred Bailey. He's the only one that got it. It was Francis Drake.
Oh, really?
Oh.
What country invaded Cyprus in 1974?
Ooh. Really? Huh.
Yep, Nora Tony, well done. Turkey. That's why I have to say.
Not even seen Doris' response yet. My live chat is lagging so much.
Refresh.
Yeah, but it's the live chat. There's nothing I can do about that.
Oh.
Weird.
That's a bit random. Oh my goodness. Not asking that, it's religious.
Excuse me.
You're excused.
Thank you.
What American president's interpreter said on his behalf, "I desire the Poles carnally"? What American president's interpreter said on his behalf, "I desire the Poles carnally"?
Trying to think when that would have been said.
I'm going to say 70s.
Okay. Well, then I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know when in the 70s, so I'm just taking a punt.
And you would be correct.
Ooh. I struggle with American presidents. Obviously, very early on, and then sort of in the 50s and 60s, it all gets a bit muddled because they were all over the bloody place.
I remember from Nixon onwards.
They should be fairly clear from JFK onwards. JFK, Lyndon Johnson, Nixon.
Okay, nobody's got it out there. It was Jimmy Carter.
See, I can remember Carter being. I can remember him being president. So I don't. It's when it's before my time. Sometimes that I really struggle. But some of the American presidents are just all over the bloody place.
You remember Nixon?
Well,
yes.
You may not directly remember Nixon, but I expect Blue to.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's the son of a bitch that drafted me.
Really?
Yeah, I suppose I'd remember him as well then, yeah.
My PhD supervisor was actually I worked at the Smithsonian Institute during that period of time, and he had a bus ticket to Canada on his person at all times.
Right, in case he got drafted.
In case he got drafted. Even though he wasn't an American citizen, he had a green card, so technically he was susceptible to being drafted. But he sort of kept the option open to just fucking off in case that happened. There is an interesting piece of trivia. Have you ever heard the story about sort of the Americans bringing a satellite mission online, and it's showing up the position of their submarines?
No.
That rings a bell somewhere.
And as a consequence, they stopped people who weren't Americans from coming into mission control. My PhD supervisor was the person that applied to. He had developed a lot of the theory behind that satellite mission, and then when it came online and it betrayed the position of American submarines, he was no longer allowed onto into mission control. So he turned up to work the next day, and they said, "Well, you're not on the list, so fuck off."
Your name's not down. You're not coming in.
That's right.
Okay, next question. What country was the most heavily bombed in the Vietnam War? A lot of war questions. Yep.
One or the other.
Farmer's Boy and Dora, well done. Cambodia.
Yeah, bizarre, isn't it? It wasn't Vietnam.
I could have sworn
Although
it was
they had a
Laos.
bloody good go.
Yeah.
Where did the
I think because there was more stuff coming in from Cambodia, so I think that's what they hit the most.
Okay. Yeah. Obviously, you're correct. So,
Where did the British land their main forces on the Falklands? Sorry, that's a bit wrong.
Oh!
It's the wrong one because they used global maps.
What was the name of the bloody place?
I don't know.
I can remember most of the significant sort of areas where things went on, but I can't.
Wasn't it something sound?
No.
Okay. Then I've got no idea.
I can't remember.
Okay, I don't think anybody's going to get it. San Carlos.
San Carlos.
That's it, San Carlos Bay. Ah. It was just, I think it was there was a sound as well, wasn't there?
Yeah. Port Stanley or something, I don't know. Something like that.
Yeah. Well, no, when because the ships that they were sort of had brought in the troops and that, they were stuck in the sound, and that's when they were getting hit by Exocet missiles and Argentinian A4 fighter bombers and
all of that sort of stuff.
What started in 1845 in Ireland?
Yeah, farmers who got there ahead of me because I can't type.
Yeah, Dora and farmers of potato farming.
You could have put Spud. Less letters.
Right. Who founded the Unification Church?
Oh, blimey.
Actually,
thank you, Bacon.
I would say it was anything but religious.
Oh, really?
The Unification Church, Dora.
Cult.
Unification.
It's a cult. It's a cult. It's a cult.
Okay. You want me to name cult people?
Yep. Now that shit.
What is his name?
I'll tell you later.
Because that's the question.
Is this the guy who had a bet with Heinlein?
Yeah, don't think so.
Yeah.
Wrong cult.
Yeah, that's the wrong cult, is it? Okay.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Mario's got it.
It's a
The Reverend Sun Myung Moon.
Oh,
Reverend Moon.
The Moonies.
Okay, Reverend Moon.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not up on my cult.
Oh, I like me cult. What was the first U.S. consumer product sold in the Soviet Union? Not L. Ron Hubbard, no. What was the first U.S. consumer product sold in the Soviet Union?
That's a guess.
Yeah, same as my guess. Farmer's boys like me, except
one
he
word
can...
of that is correct. One word of that is correct.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. No, the other one. Yeah, give it back. Pepsi Cola.
Oh, evil stuff.
I always knew not to trust Pepsi.
What was used to assassinate Leon Trotsky in Mexico?
Farmer's boy. You left out the fucking... And I had images of this being...
Come on, who sang about this? Was it the Stranglers?
I don't think that... I don't remember from a song, but...
the Stranglers sang Whatever Happened to the Heroes, and he was mentioned in it. I'm sure of it. Now I'm going to have to Google it.
Like you're saying this like it's something I should know, and I don't. So, you know.
Red Billy and Farmer's Boy are correct with an ice pick. I have no idea.
There we go. Whatever happened to Leon Trotsky? He got an ice pick that made his ears burn.
No.
And interestingly,
that's how I knew it.
Interestingly, when I heard that Leon Trotsky had been assassinated with an ice pick, I assumed that it was ice pick in the same sense that that was used in Basic Instinct, which is to say, a pick and a sharp instrument used to break up ice cubes, but it's not. It's actually a pickaxe used for ice climbing.
Yes.
So,
anyway,
that was my confusion. So, you guys presumably didn't suffer from the same confusion.
No.
Okay, so now listen carefully. I'll try and say this. Who is the idol of the German organization of non-commercial supporters of Donaldism? The German organization.
Say what now?
Who is the idol of the German organization of non-commercial supporters of Donaldism?
Yeah, I'd go with that as well.
Remember, this is Trivial Pursuit from the 80s, 90s.
Oh yes, good point. These are old questions, aren't they?
Yep.
Could be that then.
Yeah.
Scheiße.
Who cares, John Rhapsody?
I put Dora's contribution in your overlays as well.
Oh, right, thank you.
What? Schadenfreude?
No, the picture.
Oh, guys, that's right.
Okay, nobody's getting out there. Donald Duck.
Absolutely quackers.
What country ceded Florida to the U.S. in 1819?
me to it.
Yep. Dora and Tony, Spain. What creature was the early symbol for Christ?
Oh.
Nope.
Didn't know there was one, to be honest.
Yeah. You will when you
But
hear
then
it.
that's religion. Velociraptor. Oh,
There's
that's
a
cool.
certain- there's
No,
a
that's
certain-
Jesus riding a Velociraptor.
There's a certain YouTuber, I'm not subscribed to him anymore, but there's a certain YouTuber that had the symbol on his forearm and got it changed into a double helix DNA. If that helps.
Yeah, that'd be a good guess.
How does that work? Like,
Yep, Nora got it. It's a fish.
uh,
What do you call a fish with no eyes? That's it. Fish.
Oh my goodness. You know who that is. What was the name of the dog listening to the gramophone on an old 78 record label?
Oh.
Talking of which, my husband just found a whole load in the loft and he's been downstairs playing.
Oh, yeah. I bet there's some right gems in there then.
They're at my granny's house.
I can't remember.
Nobody knows?
apparently not.
He was called Nipper.
Nipper.
Oh, yes. That's right. I remember now. Now you tell me.
No, you don't remember. If you
No,
remembered,
it's one
you
of those
would have
ones
known
that-
before she told you.
Look, do you know how many useless facts I've forgotten? I used to know stuff like this, but it's just getting
Yes,
replaced by all the other
this was
useless
something you
information.
forgot, therefore you didn't know.
Yeah, but I used to.
Okay, boys. What British explorer is buried on the island of South Georgia? What British explorer is buried on the island of South Georgia?
I'll just take a punt at that.
No.
I don't know. Could be one of that ilk, isn't it?
Well, he
One of you.
survived.
One of you.
Yeah, but maybe he wanted to be buried there. I don't know.
I've been on his boat. No, come on. Come on, come on. Okay, no, just getting out
Right.
there. The answer was Ernest Shackleton.
Really?
Mhm.
Because he survived his expedition to the to Antarctica.
Yeah, and I know
Right,
you're
right,
thinking
okay.
that Scott didn't, but why would they take Scott's body all the way out to South Georgia?
There's no reason they'd take Shackleton's body all the way. It's further, right?
It could have been, and let me just check, it could have been a specific request of his.
It probably was, since you are correct. But it seems nonsensical to me.
Well,
Okay, next question. Who shot Martin Luther King Jr.?
Oh.
No, I ain't got a clue on that one.
Being in his church.
I figure I'll go with the Bacon Earth generic answer.
Who shot? I forgot the question now. Martin Luther King Jr.
Ah, there we go. He's buried on South Georgia because that's where he ended up on his last expedition, and that's where he died.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Yep. That was the Shackleton Rowett expedition.
I think the side chat giving up.
5th of January 1922. Said he wasn't feeling very well, and then he had a fatal heart attack.
Yes.
I did.
John Rapp.
I did not know that.
James L. Ray.
James L. Ray. Not James L. Jones.
No.
Okay.
What famous Irishman failed to steal the crown jewels? That's pretty British, I guess. Which famous Irishman failed to steal the crown jewels?
All of them?
Sounds like a pirate to me.
Paddy.
How do you know? He could have been Mick. Inspector Clouseau.
Oh. No, the answer was
Peter Sellers was Irish.
The answer was Captain Blood.
Oh.
Mhm. What part of a Persian king's attire has been adapted for use by women as evening wear? What part of a Persian king's attire has been adapted for use by women as evening wear? Well, I wear earrings during the day and heels during the day, and G-strings never.
Oh, I don't.
Nipple rings. Good grief.
Nice.
Nobody's
What I like is that Blue is sort of lurking here on the edge of the conversation, but when he has a contribution, it really carries weight, right?
Blue says he can't play because he never understands what I'm saying. So
Okay.
He seems to be understanding what you're
the
saying.
answer was tiara.
Tiara.
Oh, a tiara.
Tiara. Not doing that one. Who replaced King Farouk in a 1952 coup? Is it Egypt? I don't know. I guess it's yes.
Yeah, sounds about right. Once you see it written down.
Yep, Fred Bailey and Tony, who can't spell today. Nasser. Gamal Abdel Nasser. What Spaniard conquered Peru in 1533?
Go on, put the E in it. There you go.
Wrong.
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 That's me.
Don't know. That's really not my area.
No, it was Francisco Pizarro. Our architect just got in there. Well done.
Pizarro.
Pizarro. Who was the US's first public enemy number one?
Who wrote?
Who was?
Who was?
Who was the US's first public enemy number one? Yep, Fred Bailey and Tony Dillinger.
Yeah. We had him earlier.
Oh my goodness, I'm not getting that one. Oh. Who was king of the Huns from 406 to 453? Boudica? No. talking about Huns, not the Iceni.
Boudica was Celtic. She
Iceni.
was in the British Isles.
Queen of the Iceni tribe, which
Yep.
covered pretty
Yep.
much most of East Anglia, which is where I come from.
No
which
name.
is
Well done.
not the Huns.
No.
Oh, hard to do those ones. No, British. Try not to do British one.
Yeah,
Oh.
you're kind of looking for Huns. They're more eastern. I don't know why I'm gesturing towards my left. They're actually towards the right of the map. They're more eastward.
Yes, and Genghis Khan led the Mongols.
Yes.
What began on August the 15th, 1969, on Max Yasgur's dairy farm?
$1969 on
on Max Yasgur's dairy farm.
I know what was going on around about that time, but I can't see the link with the dairy farm.
Surf says the morning of August the 15th. Blue is correct, and no name. Woodstock.
I am
So,
not
Woodstock-
correct.
Glastonbury, no, you're in the wrong country, dear boy.
I am, but I don't know where that dairy farm is. So I'm going to claim that in principle,
Yeah, you
I'm at least in the right ballpark.
You see, a few days later, they launched Apollo 11. Because that was something like the 19th or the 20th of July, wasn't it? So they started Woodstock, and then a few days later, they started the first moon mission. Well, the
Yeah,
first proper moon
I'm
mission.
going to declare you a hopeless nerd if you know the time. And
Sorry.
coming from me, that's a fairly severe criticism. So.
Yes, that's true. But I wear that badge with pride.
Yeah, as you should,
Yes.
sir.
What famed tapestry depicts the Norman conquest?
Oh, God. If I spell this right, I want a medal.
I'll double check. You did. Well, wait a minute. No, you didn't. Tony did.
It's one of those that's just the first bit's easy, and then afterwards it's just like, yeah, something like that.
No name, and Tony Bayou tapestry.
Which, interestingly, isn't a tapestry and wasn't created in Bayeux. So
Correct. Yes.
Who said, "Ich bin ein Berliner"?
Ah, God damn it.
My ex-girlfriend.
I can't even spell a 3-letter acronym correctly.
That's John Rat. Tony.
No, Farmer's Boy got there before I did.
Oh, yeah, so you did.
Yep.
Spell it, though, Tony. What settlers were the forebears of the Boers of South Africa? Now, there's 2 of them out there. Come on.
Well, they were primarily, that.
Yep.
Because that's where the Afrikaans.
I'm going to claim that I beat Farmer's Boy on
You
that
did.
occasion.
You did. You were quicker than me.
And Dora got it because
It's only
we were
'cause I started to type it. and
I'm
realised I
prepared
was
to claim
guilty.
that because Farmer's Boy is thrashing my ass, and I.
Okay.
It doesn't matter who's first.
How many funnels did the Titanic have? Oh, Blue's got an angry face.
He does.
Yeah, but the question is how many of them actually worked?
Well, is that at the time of the sinking or when?
No, just
Well,
right from
all the time, since it was built.
right all the time.
Because there was there is a. Now, isn't there something about the heat stress of the steel actually playing a significant role in the sinking?
The thought is that there was a fire on board in the one of the coal bunkers.
Yep, that's right. So there was heat stress in the steel.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, I'm
But
going
of
to have
course,
to give it a
it's
call on
impossible to prove.
because he says 3 and 1 fake, so 4.
Yeah, it had 4 funnels, but only 3 actually did the job, and 1 was a complete fake.
Right. I did not know
For some
that.
bizarre reason.
So
well, I think it was something to do with making it look more impressive against the competition, or something silly like that. It was an ego thing.
Right.
Yeah, it was for the same reason that they removed half the boat shows to make it look better.
Yeah. Look how that planned out.
Worked fantastically. Nobody noticed.
What did the US buy from Russia at 2 cents an acre?
Try and spell it properly, because I just had complete.
Yep, Dora
What's it
Antonio.
with the fingers?
Alaska.
Seward's Jewel Box, it was called in the press at the time.
Say that now.
Seward's Folly.
Seward's Folly, yes, that's right. But also Seward's Jewel Box, I think, was another option. SEWARD, because I think he was the Secretary of State who secured the deal or something like that.
Yeah, many people question his sanity for spending that much money for a worthless piece of ice.
Yep.
Mm.
And how wrong they were proven.
Absolutely.
Talking of which, what oil tycoon once said, $1 billion isn't worth what it used to be?
Can't think which one that would be. No, I'll go with the other one. That was my first guess.
Neither.
There you go.
Ah, well, there you go.
John Rapp has it in the chat. It was J. Paul Getty.
Oh, really?
Getty.
Who shot Lee Harvey Oswald?
Oh, what was his bloody name? That's it. You got it. I couldn't remember that. God, I sat through that bloody film at the cinema. It was 3 hours long, and it was like, where's the fast forward?
That film actually inflicted physical harm on me. I left that film with the most intense headache I have ever experienced.
Tell me about it. It was dire. God.
There we go. Yeah, Jack Ruby, No Name, and Tone.
Ruby.
What cowgirl did Sitting Bull call Little Sure Shot?
I hate to type. Was it that one, or was it
That one.
that one? And I hate to type that name.
No. Oh yeah.
I'm sure that was.
I was just guessing. So
Yeah.
if you've got information,
John Rapp, Farmer's Boy, Annie Oakley. We don't like saying
It's
Oakley.
just another useless piece of information that's lodged in the brain.
Oh, I'm informed.
Bill, you could
4.5 hours. Oh yeah. What old London asylum's name became an English word meaning a scene of uproar? What old London asylum's name became an English word meaning a scene of uproar? Yep.
Yes, you could pay to go and see the inmates.
Carl and Farmers. Well done. Bedlam.
Bedlam. Bedlam.
Which is a contraction of Bethlehem, I think.
But yeah, I think you're right.
Oh. What are the only two countries, so I need two answers this time. What are the only two countries to have declared independence from Britain? Swines.
Did they?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And this is actually quite
Okay.
interesting.
I mean, the first one's obvious.
Well, the
Unless you-
country I've got down here is its old name, so if you put the proper name, it's going to change its name. Which is what I can't bloody remember. The USA is one, and the other one is in Africa. And anyone that knows anything about cults, L. Ron Hubbard tried to buy it.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
That one? As was?
Yes. Whatever it's called nowadays.
I can't remember what it's called now. Because that is named after Cecil Rhodes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too
Well,
late.
now it's called Zimbabwe.
Okay.
That's it.
One Carl gave the clue away there, or Farmers gave the clue away.
Yeah. And
was
and
me.
if the
No.
but if the stories are true, that gave birth to the First World War.
Yes, right. We'll give it to Dora. It was Rhodesia, USA and Rhodesia.
Rhodesia.
What type of vessel did the Royal Navy first launch in 1901? Yes, Carl Edwards, you should be ashamed of yourself.
If it's the one I'm thinking of.
I don't know what it was called, but you were right. 3, 2, 1, out there. The answer is a submarine. Too late.
Damn done British, it was Class 2. Sneaking around underwater like that.
Technically, Bacon Earth is correct. He wasn't before Farmer's Boy, but a submarine is a type of boat.
Yes, they're not classed as ships, are they? They're boats.
Yep.
So we're having buffering, I think. Refresh, peeps, refresh. What facial feature gave pirate Edward Teach his nickname?
Oh,
Yeah, what?
Yeah. No,
Need
you're
to be-
right. You're
We
right,
need to be
Farmer's
more
Boy.
specific because it was someone else with that name too. Yeah.
just beat me.
I think we're very laggy.
Oh, dear.
I'm going to do a couple more, and I think that'll be it. We've been going for 4.5 hours.
Has it really?
It has.
Oh, yeah, it's got +3. Blimey, yeah. Jose will be going soon.
Yeah, quarter
Oh, well,
past 3
we're only-
for you. It's past midnight for me.
We're only
Like,
finished for Jose starting. Okay, I don't know what's going on out there, but it was black beer. So, there you go. What are adherents to the Society of Friends called? I think we'll make that the last one.
Pass. Don't know that one.
They're also a kind of parrot and a make of oats.
But it's oats.
Yay! Not too much buffering.
Oh, yeah.
I was getting it. Video audio was buffering. Okay. Right, we'll make that last one. And it was Quakers. So right, we're going to finish because everybody's buffering out there and something. I think my hamster's broke. So I have to say thank you to everybody for coming in. That filled a few hours.
Well, thank you for hosting when we was all just aimlessly wandering about on Discord.
Yeah. Wait for Terry. Where's Terry? We need something to do.
Where's Terry? What's going on?
He did come in for a wee while, but I don't know what was happening with him. No doubt we'll find out. So thank you guys
Yeah,
for coming. I hope you
it's
enjoyed
been
yourself. Nice chat.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Pip, especially
welcome.
for and thank you, farmers, for absolutely thrashing me at trivia. So I appreciate it.
Well, I've got an advantage. It's only 3:15 in the afternoon. And what are you? midnight?
midnight. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. There you go. I'm still wide awake. Well,
I'm not going to offer that as an excuse. I think I was soundly thumped. So
fair enough. I'll take that.
Yeah, there's definitely we're getting blackbeards, redbeards. So